Welcome, everybody. Happy Sunday night to a very special Leonis support. It's our third annual now, 2024 year in review. JB and I here, not our usual night, but we're going to hopefully have a lot of extra time to talk about a whole breadth of topics. But before we dive in, what's going on, buddy? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Got all the Sunday chores done and kind of have the week off here from work as well. So, gearing up for Christmas and got family coming into town and we got snow here in New England. So, winter's in full swing. Excuse me, winter's in full swing. So, yeah, feeling good. How about you?
Same. Should be a pretty light week at work. Everyone's kind of ready for the new year. Same idea, but weekend was good. Just some video gaming, catching up on sleep. We're gearing up for a couple trips here at the turn of the new year, and we're actually got a plan for next weekend to go to the Patriots game. We actually got front row tickets
Oh,
to go see
nice.
that game, and 2 nights overnight at the hotel in Patriot Place. So we're making a big old weekend out of it. But yeah, for now,
Better pack some warm clothes.
we're ready, and we hear about rain too. So the only thing
Oh,
worse than
no.
snow is rain. I'd rather be in snow. The rain is just damp and oh yeah, then it just get cold. Maybe cold
Yep.
anyway, but yeah.
Sounds like a blast.
Yeah, but for those of you, welcome to the stream and welcome to anyone watching in hindsight after the review. This is our third annual year in review, and this is actually what kicked off our whole partnership with the Leonis support. We obviously like we're social and chatted back and forth, or we're doing our own content creation stuff, and had this thought of like, why don't we just like do like a live stream and like do the year in review? And we had so much fun doing it. Things clicked so well, and we were like, let's just keep the ball rolling. We'll keep it going, and that's how the Leonis support was born. So this event is rather special to me, just because this is like the first time we ever did anything, basically.
It's been a crazy couple years, right? Because it seems like we've been doing this for so long at this point that um, yeah, it's kind of funny thinking back, just 2 years ago, and it was our very first kind of collaboration here, and yeah, it was well received, and we kind of the Leonis report was born out of that live stream. So yeah, this was very exciting. I've been looking forward to it all week. So yeah, can't wait.
It should be great. So yeah, for those of you that aren't familiar with what it is, we are going to do a quick 20-minute brief news update, but the real meat and potatoes of this, JB put together this slide deck, and we kind of reuse it every year to look at the year in review as it pertains to units released and the schedule and the costs, and then vision cards, and then we'll do top five best and worst and some hot takes, if you will, of our decisions on like, I don't know, top five units to fall, or you'll see the categories as we get there. But throughout the time, we got some beverages ready in the meantime, and so I won't disclose exactly what way. We guess we could, but JB's got his. I have mine. So cheers, everybody. Here is to a wonderful year of War of the Visions and to another wonderful year, but bottoms up.
Cheers.
There we go.
Feels good.
I always get pretty toasty on these, so we'll see me in like an hour or two. That being said, those of you watching, this does run longer, obviously, because it is a special event. I'm anticipating, I would say, 2 hours, maybe a little over 2 hours, depending on how much fun we're having. But we'll see where that goes. But the topics in particular for tonight, just before we get into the year in review, we're going to talk briefly again about Winter Perrrene. Now that we've had a week to kind of see her initial impressions and reflection, we have a new item coming out for the Final Fantasy X-2 units, rather notable. So definitely did not want to miss that this week. I'm sorry, I'm salivating already. Holy crap! We have two vision cards coming out here, where it's the free Pain vision card and the Winter Perrine vision card. We had some limit break upgrades. We're gonna kind of blow through those, and then we'll get to the real fun part. But kicking us off with Winter Perrine, I ended up pulling her. The Guild War Commander effect was rather enticing, as was the TMR. The character I liked. What about you? Did you pull her? Do you like her? Have you used her?
I did pull her. Um, I've got her up to 140. Been using the commander ability, and TMR is good. I feel like it was with all that you're getting, like it's a decent niche unit, very anti magic. Get a nice you get the commander ability, like I said in the TMR. I feel like it's a good value for the cost. Like even if you're not necessarily going to use the unit every day, those other value adds are nice to haves too.
I agree. And that was actually one of the things that now seeing in practice made me kind of appreciate the commander ability. On the one hand, don't get me wrong, that's going to be a very obvious form of power creep where certain classes and units are going to get very competitive bonuses compared to what you have otherwise. But this is kind of a nice way that a unit that maybe you don't use as often, you still can get value out of. So a unit like Winter Perrrene, who is rather niche, you pull on her, and maybe 3 months from now, you're not really actively using her. But if she still has value as a commander, that's something we're not really seeing at the moment. Once a unit kind of falls by the wayside, you kind of hope that their TMR still has some value because that's one of those items that can, be used in other content. But I do appreciate that because I can see her kind of slowing down and falling out. We are already kind of seeing that. I still definitively believe this. She to me is an anti-Sottily unit. That's like genuinely
Yeah.
it in the sense that she also can help you out in his teams with Exia, being that anti-magic, and even Riku, where she does have a modicum of accuracy to at least put a dent in there with the element advantage. And so I appreciate her as a Swiss Army knife to do that job. I'm glad we got her early. I know that's kind of a problem with some of these 70 costs. We tend to get them at the tail end of a meta, but because we got her the same time as JP, we technically got her like a month early in the release schedule. So I think we're likely to get a little bit more value than they might, but I like her. I think she was a smart addition, effective, good TMR. Thumbs up.
Yeah, I think there's like some limitations there, and you would expect that from a 70 cost unit, but statistically very strong, very accurate unit to base to kind of build up from, and a lot of anti magic tools. I really liked that she has the magic res penetration debuff, and you might say, oh well, it's only 30%, but the nice thing about it is it's an on hit effect, meaning you can stack that with another unit that debuffs magic res pen, like a Winter Wrath or like a Joom,
Yep.
or there's a few of them in the game at this point. And now you're talking 70%, which there has been a decent amount of power creep in that game, especially with the devout glove team, and that's going to knock them right down to 0% if you are able to stack that. So very 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 strong, I think,
I agree.
in the right hands.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll continue to see how she plays. I just started using her yesterday in class match. I was seeing a lot of Earth teams on the first couple days. Less so now. I've seen the elements kind of more blossom as I think there's people figured it out. But she's been honestly well enough for me in class match because I haven't used her in Guild War yet.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people were excited to throw Riku out there in the first couple of days of a class match, and I think a lot of people have been ready for it and been bringing the accuracy, and maybe some people have thought twice about it and maybe been making some changes. So I personally am not running evasion. I'm running a gun team on the manual side. I did actually start off with Yuna and Jaden, but really having problems with Yuna in manual personally because she's kind of stuck on the move too because it's tied into like her best passive basically, and then she doesn't have the enhanced range either, so
Right.
it's like a double whammy for her. So I was like, everything I wanted to do with her that I'm used to doing with missile units, I really couldn't do it, and she was kind of getting into danger zones, and immediately after the first day, I swapped it up. So
I could see that.
um, yeah.
Well, that's a good segue because I have good news for you as part of our content. We are getting some new items this week, and one of them is a new item for the Final Fantasy X 2. Oh, let me fix your camera here. Final Fantasy X 2 units, and I forgot the name of this. It's like the full Moogle coat or something to that
I think
effect.
it's like the Moogle suit.
Yeah. This is for the girls in particular, and for anybody. The global effect is, or universal effect, 25% chain res of elemental and regular. It's fine. I don't think that's particularly special. But for the units in particular, and for Yuna, she does get the 10% physical damage, which does help her follow up damage pretty decently. And that range +1, where she kind of desperately needs that for some kind of content. I like that they did this. I'm kind of sad that they didn't put it in her kit innately. That being said, I think this is a creative way to still enable that, depending on what you want to equip for an item. But yeah,
Yeah, it's the first. I think it's the first time we've seen +1 range on an item like this, so it's unique from that. But I have to say, I really dislike it because we're in an evasion meta right now. You need that Alex ring on her. Despite her being so insanely accurate,
yeah,
she really needs that for to go up against like maxed out Riku's.
I
Um,
agree.
So it's super unfortunate, I think, that she's kind of tied into this. You gotta something's got to give. You got to drop a weapon. You got to drop the accuracy item. If you do want this range. There's some maps maybe she can live without it, but I think in most cases it's always better to have it. Because I've been seeing that problem left and right on the current Guild War map, where
Yeah.
if she'll get stuck behind somebody, she can't do anything. She just buffs up again, wastes her buffs, or just walks forward, whatever. But it's been one of my biggest frustrations with this unit.
I agree totally. And just to not beat a dead horse, the other effects here too for Pain, we have the 15% debuff weakening and the 10 unit res, and then for Riku, this is 20 human killer and the 15% extra evade rate against magic type attacks. I like this for that versatility on her, where her own weapon has one type of evasion. This is like a slightly different kind of evasion for the magical oriented, so you lose some of it but gain it in other ways. And at the same time, you're gaining some of the chain resistance attributes, which I don't think are all that great for Riku. Obviously, as an evade unit, you're likely not to get chained consecutively for very high, but overall, I think this is a decent enough TOR, or it's not even TOR, I'm sorry. I keep getting that confused. It's actually a special event that this is from. It's not a Trials of Reckoning, but it's similar to that in that regard. I like the fact that they did go for an evade build for her, but I wish they did have an aim build, to your point, for someone like Yuna to really kind of compensate.
I agree. And this is also a cloth armor, so you are taking a hit, I think, on total evasion even if you do go for the evade build here compared to like Winter's Clothes.
Yeah.
So I don't really love it for either. I mean, obviously it's a nice to have for Yuna. I don't think I would use it on Riku. For Pain, I think it's okay. For you get unit resistance and debuff weakening. It's pretty nice. She's also a bruiser, so actually I think can make the most use out of the chain resistance as well.
Yep.
So I think I could probably see myself using it on her from time to time.
I agree with that. And I will end up using this on Yuna, I'm sure. It's just that in the evade meta, that's likely to be less of the case. But outside of the evade meta, yeah, that's still super viable. It's still got value.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll keep things going on here. I know we have a lot of exciting stuff to get to. The first, though, is the first of two vision cards we're getting this week, and this is the Winter Perrrene vision card, and it is for daggers, surprisingly, kind of, but Fist, which is Perrrene's main category, and then Katana and Staff Black Mage. This is a 24% unit res card with some magic wide res, crit damage. It is a quest hollow effect, but overall, I actually like this card a lot. This is probably my favorite third card for the evade team of Venera and Riku. They do have a couple unit res options, but I like this one for the magic res, and then you could theoretically go for a couple different unit res cards or some offensive oriented ones. I just did a video today kind of highlighting the good offensive ones, because Dagger's got some killer offensive vision cards like attack 60% and slash res pen, but from a just pure defensive perspective, I do like this one for the magic wide res too. I think it's a smart card.
I think this card is phenomenal.
Yeah.
You get like we haven't seen a bestowed of area resist pen on a physical.
Right.
I don't. Have we seen it at all?
It's on Angela's vision card.
On Angela's, yeah.
Yep.
On the magical card. Okay, so this is our first physical card with area resist pen. It's the party effects are great. You just outlined it. I love when we're getting the new age like wide res on top of like an old staple of unit res.
Yep.
It's the same reason we liked the YRP card with the agility and the physical wide res. So that's is a main slot card, and you can get both here, which is super nice. Does have a little bit of offensive punch there with the crit damage, which is I think that's pretty good for Perrrene. Does lean a little bit towards pretty nice crit rate, so that'll be decent for her. And then it does have a PvE aspect of it too, with a vision ability, which is a 3-hit strike attack.
I forgot about that.
So that is really nice too.
Yes.
For people that like to do guild raids and Trials of Reckoning and stuff like this, it can be useful. So yeah, I think this is a great card. I'm definitely pulling it, and I think it's a nice boon for people who want to use Perrrene and kind of mix her further with Dagger, which there have been a few cards already that are able to mix the two groups.
I agree totally. And just before we get to the Pain Vision card, I see a couple people in chat talking about ads every couple minutes. I reused the settings of our normal podcast, our normal Leonis support, so it should be the same as always. I don't know if maybe that just the way if you guys refreshed a page or clicked in or out or joined late, and so maybe I don't know, but please, I'm gonna keep a careful eye on chat here. Let me know if the ads end up recurring really quick or really often. I'll try to see if I can edit that on air, but I didn't do anything different compared to a regular stream, so I don't know if maybe that's just a something you guys are seeing
Hmm.
randomly. But I'm gonna keep an eye on that. But I don't want to hold this up too long here. But the Pain Vision card in the meantime, this is another Great Sword Vision card with Sword Warrior and Staff Devout. I do like seeing that blend of Staff Devout here, just in general, because those tend to have some pretty decent rainbow units. But Great Sword and Sword Warrior do have some good overlap already as well. They have kind of built them up as a good grouping. And this one, it's same another kind of unit res, but it's putting in the magic resistance in the physical human killer instead. So I haven't looked yet to see if I really think this is a best in slot for that team. I need to look a little bit closer, but overall, this is obviously a thumbs up. Just looking at it straight up.
I think so. It does further link both Warrior and Greatsword in with Devout as well, which they do share a couple of cards already, including some agility cards. So I mean, obviously, I think if you have the Cloud Vision card, the Advent Children card, I think that is probably better for the Great Sword Warrior combo. Like if you're just working within those two groups, but like I said, if you're linking into Devout, I think that this is a nice piece to have, especially since it's a free card. We're going to be able to get this from the event. This isn't something we have to pull, so you always like getting those freebie like UR quality cards. We haven't had one in a while, so yeah, I'm excited to grab this one too.
Same, just to throw into the repertoire, absolutely. But that's basically it for the new content. At this point, we have some unique, we'll call them like upgrades for units themselves. And one of them is for Soul, and this is actually, I'm sorry, let me skip it. I'm skipping ahead here. Wind Veritas, because not only is he getting an MA2, but he's getting a Limit Break upgrade. And for the Wind Veritas unit, who still, I think, ranks among the more compelling Pierce units, we really haven't gotten many of them, so that's not a hard bar to clear. But 15 AoE res, he's getting double the acquired AP, and then he's getting an on hit effect that he can seal remove haste, which is part of his main buff, which there's been a lot of haste removal at the moment. This obviously is still going to be a little hit or miss depending upon who gets hit first, but the fact that it is here and it's relatively self-contained for him, I like that a lot. That is a really good part of his kit to maintain that. So I think this is a genuinely pretty awesome MA2. I mean, could they gone different ways? Sure. But, I mean, he didn't need a ton. Yeah.
Yeah, I think getting like a ceiling effect as built in as like an MA2 is super cool.
Yeah.
I love it when it's not just stat upgrades, which he gets a couple here, which is fine enough, but this is something unique and it directly helps his main buff, like you mentioned, his stance buff that gives him the haste.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
yeah,
Thumbs up for
I
that.
like.
And then Soul is also getting a limit break here. And Soul obviously kind of peaks and valleys with how often he was used. He did see a small resurgence when Gilgamesh was at his peak as one of the few good counters that also did well into Summer Glaciella just because she's more of a physical tank. But he has kind of subsided, has not recovered. He's getting a slight upgrade here that the potency of his poison is going from 15% of your health pool to 25% of your health pool. But more so than that, there's also an offensive upgrade here where he's getting 40 unit res pen for 3 turns, which was one of his big blocks from a power creep perspective, that he never got access to any kind of shred for the unit res or the penetration of it. This, again, it's only good for one fight. It's dispellable. You obviously have those pros and cons, but this is exactly what he needed, and I think he's still decently well-rounded as far as the character goes. Maybe just statistically slightly power crap, but he's always been relatively strong from a stat perspective.
I think for folks that are seeing like the Jaden Yuna gun team, I think that he's like a legitimately decent choice into that team. Um, because, he's gonna like stymie Jaden's damage a little bit, right? Just being like the natural fire counter. He's got the 20% magical reduction from his MA2 that we
Yep,
really liked. And then he's got, Jaden can't do anything about the physical barrier 7,500. So
good point.
Yuna's follow-up attack is just gonna do nothing into that, right? So
Yep.
I actually, as a theorycraft thing, I haven't tried it yet, but theorycraft, I think it actually would work. And his damage potential, like with the increased magic res pen from the new Devout card, the
Yes.
Exius card,
Oh, yes.
also, something he really needed. So yeah, I think this is quite good. I might try him out a little bit. Um, Actually, we did forget Win Veritas' LB upgrade,
We did. That was the other thing to
so
go over. Thank you.
should like flash back to him real quick.
We absolutely should. And for the Veritas of the Wind, that limit break is becoming a 100% hit chance. It's getting that AP reduction from 43 to 33, and then the reduction of magical damage of 20%. So that's a nice overall buff that he can. His accuracy isn't awesome. It's not bad. It's workable, but it's not great, particularly for this current evade meta that we're seeing. But generally speaking, it is nice to have this on-hit effect, just for the fact that you will at least get that regen online, and you'll get that magic damage reduction, in addition to the Piercing Peril, which obviously amplifies a whole bunch of other things. This was a very smart limit break upgrade, in my opinion. I like it.
This is nice. Like it's still a 3-hitter with the Pearson Peril. Like that's really strong. And this kind of ties into that MA2 with the haste seal, because the conditional like extra 60% modifier here is based on him having haste here. So 260 mod when hasted with the Imperil with the 3-hit. That's
That's a
gonna do
lot.
some
That's a
damage.
lot of damage. I agree. Yeah.
So
No, big fan of that. And then the lame duck of the limit break upgrades is Gernsback, who um, I've never seen used effectively. But he's getting a damage absorb of 50% for 3 turns. He's also getting a modifier increase of 40% for that limit break. It is getting cheaper from 43 to 33, and it is technically getting a range upgrade. So there's actually several facets to this. It's not nearly enough to make up for anything that he's lacking, though.
so he got on his MA2 the innate courage one time when he's above 70%. So I can see what they're trying to go for here, where he can heal himself up potentially with this. It's got the unit in peril and absorbing 50%. It is a 3-turn 50%.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to do anything, but it's a decent upgrade for, I guess, comparative, to some we've seen in the past.
I agree. But that's virtually everything that we have coming for new content. There is a little bit more. We're getting some like 2 times and 3 times drops for certain stages and whatnot, but didn't want to take up too much time going over that. We have 3 hot takes that we are going to do toward the end of our year in review segment as well, so sit tight for those. Those tend to be some of our favorite conversations that we have, but we're going to segue directly into our 2024 War of the Visions look back. And thank you so much for putting this together. This is a slideshow that you maintain and do the research on and put the visuals together and just kind of roll it forward every year. But there's a lot that goes into this. So thank you so much we couldn't do this without this. So integral part of the presentation. But I'll let you kick things off here with the schedule. This is a summary from January to December of the timing of the release of all the units, their cost, their element, just to kind of get a general idea again here. Anything stick out to you or any thoughts on the year as you reminisce? At this point, I'm taking another
Yeah.
sip
So
here.
yeah,
So
here. Take
cheers,
another
cheers.
drink. So I like to as we're kind of putting another year in the books, I kind of like to look back and say what is the developer trying to do, like in terms, like are they favoring certain elements, are they favoring certain jobs? And a lot of times when you look at it like this way holistically, you can kind of see why certain things happen, like in terms of meta shifts and transitions and all these different things. So I do also like to see, like, are they balanced, in terms of, are certain elements or jobs getting completely shafted? And at least when we look at it here from an elemental perspective, it's relatively even. Like, pretty much everybody is either 6 or 7. The only one who was less than that was Earth, which was 5. But Earth, I think, they what they lacked for in quantity, they definitely made up in quality. Like Ashen Mont, 2P, Sadali, Riku. They were like the batting average there, at least from the unit perspective, was very strong. So yeah, I think that they were relatively balanced here overall, like elemental wise.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, from the numbers alone, I thought they did a pretty good job. Obviously, there's certain months where you see rather large gaps. I mean, Wind, we knew from Dario to Shrek was a gross amount of time to wait for a wind unit, and even Earth. You can make the case from Mont to Sodali, where in between there you obviously got a couple of the lightning, the fire, the ice. So they definitely skewed in some directions throughout the summer, and maybe that caused some of the what do I call it? Freeze in the meta that we saw for a while, but I think that really was more Sephiroth driven. But you could make the case that even just the lack of diversity in elements might have played some kind of case. I mean, at the end of the day, too, not even talking about the quality of the units themselves. Obviously, every element has different qualities of units that got released. I think Fire was one of the more clear winners from Sephiroth and Resnick alone, but even Crimson Wizard has flashed occasionally versus the meta. Not amazing, but relative again to other elements. I look at Dark and I just want to cry. I mean, this is not a hot take. We have already debunked this. Dark has been in a tough spot for a while, and many of these, yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, like, Dark, despite getting 7 units, if you actually kind of pick apart what they have here, you have, two 70 cost units to start it off, which, whatever, they were fine. But they're not long lasting. They're not like huge building blocks. They also got another 70 cost in Sonil later in the year, who's, whatever, she was fine. And then you had like you had a swing and a miss with Angela as well. So it's really they just and Dark Veritas is still being built up. Pain is still being built up for people. So really, it was just Cipher this year for Dark. If I'm being real.
Yeah.
So that they were not eating very good this year.
Yeah.
Not whatsoever.
Yeah, but we talk about trends. I feel like I semi observe that with Light as well, which for better or worse, it is kind of nice when Light and Dark aren't overtaking the game. That's one of those things where when those are oppressively strong, there really isn't any kind of elemental counterplay. And the game has moved a little bit beyond that now with the job-based vision cards, but there is still obviously part of the conversation where you have to consider the element. But for Light and Dark, when they're neutral like that, there have been long periods of the game where Light and Dark just straight up dominated for months and months at time for several metas. So on the one hand, while they are absolutely lacking, I like the element wheel to a degree that they kind of went away from those neutral elements this year, clearly, when it comes to the overall number of units, the quality of units, the spacing of them, etc.
I know you mentioned Fire as kind of a big winner there with Sephiroth and Resnick. I think that Ice and Water, for me, are probably the two biggest winners.
I'll agree.
And Earth is definitely in that conversation, too. Like I said, had some very strong units despite not having like a high number. But Ice with A2, who was like, top of the meta chain for several months there. Aldoa, I have to say she was kind of a flash in the pan a bit, but she was very strong there for at least a couple of months, maybe closer to a month. But you have to look at the next gen power jump and things like that was kind of a big factor for pretty much everybody released before April.
Right.
Had a huge ripple effects on all the old units that we kind of maligned for much of the year. But then Gilgamesh was probably one of the top units this year, and now Jaden has kind of been making his own splash here towards the end. Jum, one of the biggest units of the year. Exia, one of the biggest units of the year. So
yep,
those two elements were very strong this year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that's all that I really had for takeaways of the element. I do feel good looking at this. I mean, overall, relative thumbs up, I think. The metas felt stale, but I don't think it was due to lack of element imbalance or timing. I think it was really just the character kits more than anything.
I think they were completely rebuilding the meta this year from the ground up, essentially, once we, at 4.5-year anniversary. And I think that you could see them being fairly deliberate in making sure each element kind of had a couple of units, as they were going forward. So,
yep.
You can see that here.
No, absolutely agreed. But looking at the distribution of the jobs of those units that we just saw on the prior slide, just seeing if any couple stuck out here or there. Greatsword was technically the winner. I think it was 7 units there, but Fist and Katana both had 6. I'm a little surprised, but I think Greatsword is slightly artificially inflated because some of those units we don't really think about. I mean, it's kind of flashing back. I know Bronwell and Payne are in that conversation, as is...
Yeah.
Good Lord, who else? There's a couple others. There's a couple other 70 cost Greatsword units that I think artificially inflating this number, but it does make sense. That was the meta for a while with Jum. Katana, obviously no-brainer. We've seen a slew of Katana units come out this year. The Fist one I thought was sneaky underrated because I saw that and I'm like, who is Fist? Because there hasn't been a Fist meta all year, right? Like realistically speaking, except for the 2P window for that
Right.
beginning. But it was 2P, it was Ketone, it was oh goodness, I was looking at him before.
Comral for
Comrade
fire was right at
counts.
the beginning of the year.
Yep.
Tifa, who really didn't,
Right.
do much of anything.
Right.
And then we have Perrine here at the end of the year.
Correct.
Oh, and then the Veritas of the Earth as
That's
well.
right. So yeah, like little like sleeper units that you didn't see a ton of play in, but they were there. They released them, and so I'm okay with this balance. I think it did get a little monotonous for a time with the amount of greatsword teams and the amount of katana teams, but again, probably more a reflection of the units than it was the job classes themselves. It's kind of sad to see Mace this low. That when you get this low, it's hard to recover just because you're out of the meta for so long that any other prior Mace units are naturally power crept. And even the vision cards over time have shown that the older vision cards aren't to the level of the newer ones. Sword Red Mage didn't get a lot of love either from a class perspective. They last year was definitely their time to shine. But that was kind of the story for Mace also. Last year Mace was very strong for certain pockets of time. But yeah, I like this.
I did so like the you can see that the combo there for Dagger and Ninja Blade with two. It's actually going to end up being one. I was kind of preemptively putting Venera in here
Mm,
because I kind of was maybe halfway expecting that we might get another like last update at the very like on the 30th basically, but they actually have gone ahead and made like a very long week for us this week, and she's not going to actually come up until next week. So it was actually just Riku for Dagger Ninja
wow.
for this year, despite them being two combined jobs, just one unit this year.
They were the meme for a while. Like Ninja Blade, like Gumi doesn't. That job doesn't exist, and they agreed. Gumi agreed. They said, "All right, we're going to combine them because that's how far behind they are."
Yep.
But yeah, when we combine the look of these, I don't know anything else you want to pause on or
I
yeah.
don't think so. It's just kind of interesting to look at because, I think, obviously some of the most represented groups here, like you were mentioning, does kind of represent where some of the metas were. Fist at the very beginning of the year, Great Sword kind of took over into the spring and into the summer a bit. Katana was then kind of in the summer. Black Mage, it was very much a part of that. Not a huge unit, representation here from them, but it was more like the Katana Black Mage combo that was kind of forming that main meta team.
Definitely. I mean, we combined the 2 years of units released of these job categories. Yeah, Fist is again like one of the most popular weapon types. Staff Devout is too. And obviously Katana and Greatsword is also mostly in part from 2024, where 2023, it was more glove, surprisingly, and even Staff Devout was pretty balanced, but there was probably a little more balance, I think, in 2023, just looking at the blue boxes. Not every class, obviously, book and bow, just Gumi didn't even try. But
Yeah.
overall, I'm okay with this because I don't think, yeah.
It's kind of interesting to see like they had to do so much development with Greatsword because there really was nothing to it, coming out of 2023. So that was a job that they pretty much built up from the ground up this year.
Absolutely. But when we look at the cards, to say what job based vision cards came out for certain groupings, a lot of that holds true here too, but not exactly. Obviously, Greatsword and Katana stick out as among two of the highest, but they really did emphasize bow. Number one, which I thought was very surprising because if we flip back up, there's three total bow units. It was what Fina, Lightning Veritas, and Shadowlinks who,
Shadowlinks.
okay, Fina is obviously the strongest of those three. But even classes like Sword Knight and Sword Warrior got a ton of vision cards this year, despite the fact that they didn't get the same number of units or really see the same presence in the meta for as sustained periods of time as some of these other categories. But again, Mace sticks out as the clear loser, similar to the units, and that's why a little bit of a catch up to go. But overall, I thought it was pretty good what they did for job variability or introduction.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of outliers here, but overall, like it's relatively balanced. Like most of the jobs are like within that 9 to 12 area. Um, so and I think that's been increased as we've been seeing more like 4 job and even 5 job vision cards here as we've sort of end the year. Um, I, I absolutely did notice that same thing about like Knight and Bow getting a lot of card representation this year, and the as because of that, those jobs are very well positioned for 2025. All they really need is an excellent one or two units, and then they're ready to go at that point.
Yep.
They have good overlap. They have, good total number of cards, good quality cards. Just lacking a bit in the unit department at the moment.
Absolutely. Totally true. And when we combine the 2 years, much of that same story is true. Again, Mace did get far more emphasis last year, but is still lagging behind from this year. Gun, surprisingly, kind of the same. I didn't think it was, but when you obviously look at the numbers, Gun was a clear loser, with other than Axe getting the fewest number of vision cards over the last 2 years.
And we felt that actually in the team building. That was
That's
one of
true.
the deterrents with that team is that because they don't have that many cards, they don't have that much overlap, outside of their own team. So been
Absolutely.
one of
One of the big ones, and I think Axe is probably on the chopping block here too to go the way of Dagger and Ninja Blade to get consolidated. And I say that almost more of a function of the units as well, where that's such a niche category of class. And even then, the units they've released for the Axe group, Halloween Lucio aside, have been I don't not good. I think of something like Sword Red Mage, where a lot of those units you can point to and be like, "Wow, that's a stellar." Actually, screw it. Let me classic Sword Red Mage, where you look at them, and not only are they stellar rainbow units just because of the strength of the unit themselves, but a lot of them have some pretty clearly defined roles where you look at units like Agrius or Summer Glaciella or Charlotte, that they are in that either tank profile, or you have some of these like unique slashers like Gilgamesh, Howl at the Heaven's Blade. There's some role compression amongst this group with between Faris and Sylvie that you look at it and it's a very special group, but then you kind of segue to Axe and you get these seven, and it just begs the question like what's the identity of this group? And I don't think it has one. I think it's just like
yeah.
a generic slash group that really just hasn't ever gotten anything. And to that end, I think these units and the vision cards deserve to be combined with something. I couldn't tell you what, but something.
I think they should maybe combine it with Book because Book doesn't have that many units either. And even like they have like some good cards, but it's not like they're not like one of the top, in terms of total number of cards. There is actually several cards that overlap between those two groups already. So I think that's what I would do.
That might be the easiest. I could get behind that. It seems a little awkward because there's not a lot of overlap of like the characteristics, whereas Dagger and Ninja Blade are far more aligned in like what they
Right.
do. But for just from like a numbers perspective, economically, to not like suddenly make Sword Knight super overpowered because of all these vision cards that they got, I think they could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we'll keep going along here. We have throughout the year, our top five best and worst game moments that we both kind of collectively agreed on. I think most of this we were in agreement in, and we did some
Yeah.
back and forth on input and um, highlighting what they were. But we'll start with the best here. We'll start on a positive note because
Yeah.
we're in a good mood. Our top five best moments. The number one is the Final Fantasy Tactics rerun. And yeah, do you want to talk about that? I know you had some great videos about the character releases and like their upgrades and just your thoughts, and you've reincarnated two of them. So big fan, I know.
This was, going back and looking at the last year when we did our most requested units for 2024. Tactics was my number one. I know it was number one for a lot of folks in the community. That was the one of the main reasons why a lot of us came to this game in the first place, because this was a spiritual successor to Final Fantasy Tactics, and those units were going to be included in the game. So it was such great news to see them come back, and to see them come back in such a convincing fashion, where seeing the upgrades that the Gumi has done has not brought back any of the old characters. Never mind 80 cost units. So a lot of us thought, okay, these are kind of a lost cause at this point,
Yep.
but they gave them incredible upgrades, and they were competitive, or are competitive in the meta, at least in some situations. Orlando and Agrius obviously got the best upgrades of the bunch and have been very usable in the game. So it was all very exciting, and Yeah, I was very happy about that, and I think it's been a big contributor to why the game has felt a lot better, as we kind of end the year here.
Absolutely agreed for all those reasons and more. I mean, this was a big signaling thing for me from Gumi that, we demand it for years now. And this is the one request that I feel like, even though I roll my eyes when I see people talk about, like, oh, like, tactics deserves more units and we should bring more. Obviously, the answer to that is yes. But the fact that Gumi actually did listen to some capacity and went a little bit extra to try to revamp them was meaningful to me because this game for some pockets of time, like Road to Worldwide, and even like this year with the power creep of 5th anniversary for us. Sometimes it feels like you are just or these units are just a money making machine, and there really isn't any kind of player sentiment. This was clearly player sentiment driven, where it was a very friendly collab. They gave out a unit for free. You could pull them for 120. It was easy to reincarnate many, and the upgrades were very compelling. That obviously was not a money making endeavor outside of maybe bringing back in some players who left because of it, and maybe inserting some goodwill for people to open their wallets back up. Where there were some things throughout the summer that I've never called out the game, but there was a pretty big exodus this summer that I think we felt it across the
Yeah.
game. The top end content creators leaving and personal friends leaving, and I think this was a really important thing for them to do, and I'm glad that they were agile enough to execute it.
For me, I think this is a blueprint for how they should do rerun collaboration events because bottom line is that those Final Fantasy collaborations are what draws interest to the game at this point, and
Yeah,
it is any new players that do come, which it's not a ton at this stage of the game, but they do come for those collaborations. So having those units be competitive and usable and easy to get was, I think, a great move by the developers, and I think that they should continue to do that. Like if they bring back Final Fantasy X or Final Fantasy VI, Tidus and Terra or Locke should be getting
yeah,
Final Fantasy Tactics style upgrades so that those characters are usable. I don't want to see these garbage MA3s or LB upgrades that, aren't moving the needle whatsoever. I want to see these reworks, even if it's just to one of the units, make one of them competitive
yep.
and usable again. It's very depressing when we kind of go through these cycles and none of those old units are competitive, and it's really just lip service at that point for any upgrades that are getting bestowed on them.
I agree, and I notice it as a content creator where we'll have like a rerun of a certain kind of collaboration, and you will get that influx of people seeing it, and being interested. Oh, I want to pull this cool Final Fantasy unit, and here I am as a content creator being like, don't pull this unit, don't pull this banner. It's not worth your money. It's not worth the viz. These units are power creep. They're not good. That doesn't feel good. And obviously, like we're some of the few that a new player might come and listen to, looking for an impression, and if that's what Gumi's going to do and just do some MA3s that don't land, you're effectively bringing in people and kind of, I would imagine, leaving a bad taste in their mouth that they played and didn't get something good and then got let
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, if they like for if they had kind of done what they had always done with Final Fantasy Tactics and just kind of gave them run of the mill, LB upgrades and MA3s, and then all these new players maybe kind of come in and say, "Oh, I want to get Agrius, I want to get Orlando," and then they try to play them and they're just getting stomped by these, no name characters from Ardra. Like it's like,
Yeah,
okay, I'm done with this game. My characters suck, and see you later. So
absolutely.
um, I think that they have a vested interest in kind of doing that going forward.
Agreed. And Final Fantasy V does not seem to be the case where they've done that yet. We just announced that collab with Gilgamesh and Xdeath, and they've not done the same unit upgrades. But we know that their pipeline of units is like, I don't know, 4 to 6 months. I think they have a fair amount of foresight that maybe it's just not that time yet. That Tactics came out, and now they're just starting to maybe get the next collab that same love and treatment. Now that they saw how positive it was, that's some copium, but we'll see.
Well, I do know that Thancred in Final Fantasy
Right.
14 is getting the
Good call
tactics
out.
treatment,
Yes.
and we should be getting that here early in 2025, probably like the first couple of weeks of January. And he's an incredible unit now. Despite not having a limit burst, he's still very, very solid and usable. So the saying that about Thancred is really saying something because he has never been good in this game,
Right.
aside from maybe the first couple of weeks.
You're right.
So, yeah, I mean, in terms of like Final Fantasy V, at least those units are still not that old. That like if they get like a decent MA2, MA3 limit burst upgrade at once, I think that they could still be relatively playable. But we'll have to see what happens there. We should find out soon.
Yeah, definitely. But the second one here for Best of the Year was the blend of the Veritas units and the Reliquary stages. These were kind of intertwined. I did like the Veritas system. Admittedly, those units are a tier below the meta units, but I really do think they're only a tier. I think if you are still grading them in the broad scheme of the game, they're free units to acquire. They're free reincarnated units. They have an accessory now that gives them newer gen stats to bridge the gap. Yes, they're a little bit niche, and honestly, I have not used them. And no, they're not meta units, but they are competitive enough that they're worth building. It's a different kind of incentive to play the game modes like Arena and Free Match, which I absolutely appreciate. But I like the Reliquary stages that they were the perfect length and difficulty for me. That some of them, sure, maybe you could auto with the perfect auto strategy of the YouTuber that you looked up. But for most people, that is like a relatively manual stage, but I don't think it was all that difficult. And I think of something like the selection quests, where those stages were very specifically like, in order to beat the stage, you need to like immobilize this unit, then disable this unit, and don't stand here, and don't stand there. But the reliquaries aren't that confining, and so this to me is like such a good blend of PvE that you also got some exquisite rewards for it, which this game has never really been excellent at. The rewards in the reliquaries quests are the best in slot gear for like 80% of the game. And so it felt fulfilling, which the game needs to keep doing. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, not even just the gear. Like, there's like a pretty good chunk of viz and like scrolls and some other goodies that you get along the way, also. So, I think the rewards overall are top notch, like in terms of this game as a whole. So, um, I think that the Veritas units have been. I think that the most important thing that they serve in this game is, especially for like lower spenders and free to play accounts. This game, like at the bottom line, you need to have some gardening element to it. Like if you're like in a drought where you've just pitied a unit as like a lower spender and you're just have nothing to pull for a very long time, nothing to build, you're probably not feeling too good about the game at that point. At least having these units that are like free to acquire, it gives you something to work on in the meantime and feel like you're actually making some progress somewhere. So I think that they serve that niche as well. Even if they're not top of the line meta, like most competitive units, they still can be like a role player on a team. And we've seen that, over the past year, like Veritas of the Water, Veritas of the Fire,
Yep.
Veritas of the Winds,
Oh yeah.
all had kind of micro pockets where they were usable in the meta. Um, and certainly if you don't have better options, they may be one of the best, that for certain teams that you can field. So I think that this has been one of the best things that they've done, and I really hope that they iterate on it and make new units or new elements to it as we go into next year.
Completely agreed. Absolutely. I don't want that game mode to go away. That's a great game mode in particular. Yeah. Yep. But the third best thing here for us was the fifth anniversary. We had a lot of apprehension around the fifth anniversary with what kind of power creep would come in, and would there be not only just like spending increases for to acquire that power creep, but what does it look like? Does it feel good? Is it a new trust stone system where maybe the menu is clunky? Is it a power creep like Joom where you have to all over again reset the meta? There's a lot of concerns, and the fifth anniversary did the opposite. It had some superb free, not free, some free banners to select units, but some even paid banners that really, I think, caught a lot of accounts up, that really bolstered some accounts for what they might have been missing. I think it was such a smart move for them. I still, at the end of the day, I'll say this again and again and again. Acquiring a unit is only step one. You still need to get 1,600 shards afterward. And you still need to have the vision cards to run that team. You still need to do all the work to get the equipment. And you still need to have the other units in the team, which all of that investment still takes. So, like, I don't think giving out these units even at level 1 breaks the bank for Gumi, because people still need to spend Viz to acquire the shards. You can't just barracks those units. It's just going to take you 8 months. It's not going to happen. But I thought it was a great way to get people some kind of feel good that they got something. It caught some accounts up really quickly. They suddenly got meta units, and overall, I think was just again a good faith thing that it's going to incentivize people to still open their wallets because it's the kind of thing you want to support the company, knowing that they throw you a bone once in a while.
I think that this was kind of like a come to Jesus moment for the developers, and I was wondering if they were going to make the right choice because we were kind of talking about it. What are they gonna what's going to happen at the fifth anniversary? Because I remember specifically saying they need to absolutely knock it out of the park, or this game is EOS within months. And I literally believe that. I think that it was absolutely going to happen if it was just another turn the wheel kind of moment, or if they just banged out more expensive power creep like they have pretty much every other year that I can think of in this game. Um, and they did the exact opposite, right? They gave back on stars for vision cards. That was a huge thing that they did. And I've already felt the effects of that where I pull a new vision card. I've got all these stars that I can use to kind of, I don't need to buy a bunch of shards to finish the card anymore. So that was great. The select three 120 level units that went all the way up through Shrek, was it? I
Yeah.
think.
Yep.
So a lot of people immediately were able to pull three units that we had ranked in our S tier, three out of like a, five, 6 or 7 units, Luciel, Gilgamesh, and Shrek. And we saw specifically Valeria field that exact team and really cause a lot of problems for much of the top 10. So that was great to see. Make because at the end of the day, this is a PvP game, and you need people to be competitive in order for them to play and feel like they're actually doing something, and for the game to be compelling. So if people don't have the units and they can't really make a competitive team, for the whales that do pull the stuff, all of a sudden it becomes very boring and very stale. So um, I think that they really, I can't give them enough credit for really bringing some life back into the game with this anniversary.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we'll keep going here. The fourth best moment was, I think, more rainbow play. I think they really did a great job with the vision cards, job based vision cards. They did some decent roll compression with the units. They obviously introduced the right units that had the right power level, that they weren't entirely dependent on vision cards like they may have been in the past. Obviously, there were times where it felt like you could just chuck in the three newest units and that was the best team possible. I think we're slightly past that now. Obviously, that's true to some degree, but not as much as it was 3 to 6 months ago. But I thought the vision cards they released were excellent this year and did cover some classes in a versatile enough way that I feel like you could have put more characters into a class. And we did see the resurgence of the support role, which by nature does do well with rainbow play because they require less vision card support. But the same could be said about tanks, where Dario, Oldoa, Agrius, Earth Veritas, like there was a handful of good tanks this year where I know it felt like it was the year of the DPS with Sephiroth and Gilgamesh and Shrek and all them, but there was a fair amount of tank play. Summer Glassy carried us through much of the beginning of the year. Raph carried the whole Helena Vivi meta. That, the introduction of support and tank again really helped solidify this, more rainbow friendly play, which I think alleviates some of the problems with the vision card system that people have with the filters in game and how do you remember what matches with what. The fact that it can be more liberal like this, I think overall is a better player experience for most.
I think too, like when you're thinking about, we were in the mono element era for so long that became very formulaic that, oh, somebody's running mono earth. I'm just going to run mono wind and I'm just going to, face roll a win because of that. It's not so simple with rainbow play. And I think that that extra level of nuance where you're not trying to counter an element, but you're trying to counter specific capabilities or abilities that the other team might bring, maybe damage styles that they have, rather than just element. Element is still certainly a component of it, and you can take advantage of that in certain situations, and we do. But it's not the only factor, which I think makes more interesting PvP.
Agreed. Well, there were stretches of time for years where you'd see elements that weren't playable because you're like, oh man, fire doesn't have an agility percent vision card yet. You literally can't run that fire team. Or I remember wind for a while had some really great units, but they're like every class has a tank except for wind. And then Joom finally came out. We're like, oh my god, wind is finally playable. Like that felt terrible, and I don't think I've ever truly felt that way for some of these job-based vision cards because you still had the mono element cards to supplement them as it got there in the transition period. But throughout
Yeah.
the first year of the game, I remember some of those cards, you were just waiting. You're like, you can't run this team because they don't have an AoE card yet. Like, it just wasn't playable.
Yep. Definitely.
But yeah, and then the fifth one for was Grand Arena. And admittedly, I didn't play a ton of Grand Arena. That was again the loading times were too long. But I think this is worthy of a top five best because this is one of those endeavors that I want to reward the game for. Even if it's not perfect, the team should still iterate on its game modes. Adding quick pick, for instance, was a great PvP, implementation to go with class match. And it's the same. And I know we were excited about 5-man Guild War to switch things up for a little bit. And so the fact that the again being a PvP oriented team, as you pointed out, the fact that they add more variety of these things allows you to use these units in more unique and creative ways to push the boundaries of the PvP strategy. Where right now Guild Wars can often be very much rinse repeat, where you have that team of three, and it's become rather formulaic of like, all right, you just like pick, which teams which here and how many attacks you're gonna have left, and 3 stars or 6 stars you're gonna chain this and that. There's like a whole like Guild War theory that goes beyond just the actual game itself. That adding in these additional PvP modes very much welcome for me. So this deserves a top five spot.
I think so. I mean, we have our issues with it, and we mentioned those last week. There's some clear problems, but it sounds like the devs are at least aware of some of them and are actively working on it. So I 100% agree that you want to see them iterate on the game modes, make them more interesting, change it up so that it doesn't feel like you're just playing the same game, week in and week out. So I always like it when they've added these over the years.
Agreed. Well, and it gives units value that they may not have had otherwise. At this point, I very heavily skew on 3-man Guild War for my analysis on units and whatnot. But you look at a team like the top one that scored number one, and has Ramza in that team. Ramza does not rate very highly for me as like a quality upgrade unit, but if you introduce more game modes like this, all of a sudden units like him can have entirely different meanings and lives. And we've seen snippets of that with things like Guild Raid and even some of like the high score stuff where you see these off kilter units suddenly have value, but it's too far few in between, and it was never really PvP modes. It was always PvE modes, which does inherently have its own like smaller sample size of players, whereas PvP I think is a little more like widespread and who really pushes it and engages it. But yeah, I loved it for that reason.
Yeah, and I would like to see them even within the Grand Arena space. I would like to see them play around with costs, play around with different rule sets and things like they've done with class match and quick pick. I would like to see that there too, and hopefully we do.
Absolutely. But that does get us to our top five worst moments of the years. And although we're pretty pragmatic guys and usually in a good mood and pretty glass half full, that's not to say that we don't have things we don't like or could at least be improved upon or were low moments for us. And I know the rapid release schedule kind of gets brought up as one. The thing for me is I don't know if this was ever more rapid than it had been in the past. Maybe I just have Stockholm syndrome from Road to Worldwide and never recovered that. Now that as I see these units, I'm like, yeah, like this is normal. But it certainly is like every other week it's a new 100 cost unit, which to me I think is probably more of this as opposed to the frequency of it. The fact that it's 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, like that barrage of 100 cost units because of the lower drop rate and obviously like the disproportionate power scale of them to some of the lower costs. When you get that many of them in a row, yeah, like I mean, in addition to the vision cards, which certainly drove those metas too, yeah, there was a lot over some small periods of time. I think they did a decent job with the pack H's to alleviate that. I would not be playing the game as I am today if I did not have the pack H's. That materially has changed my gameplay experience to compensate for this rapid release schedule. But yeah, it's still noticeable, for sure.
I mean, I think like I mean, you look at some weeks where you're getting like multiple 100 cost units in a week, and that happened more than once for us
That's a good point.
this year, even as recently as like Crimson Wizard and Sodali coming the same week.
You're right.
I think there was even a Vision card that week as
There was.
well. So that to me, like, it feels like we've kind of have, we accelerated during Road to Worldwide, and it feels like they really, for the most part, never took their foot off the gas. So that I think I noticed, several times over the year where there was multiple units released. Um, so it was tough. I do think I mean the pack H's being on like a normal cadence and cycle with multiple available definitely helped out the spenders, but I can see that was, I think, part of the reason why they conceded at the anniversary and said, "Here's three fully built units,"
Yep.
right? Because they realized, okay, this was maybe a bit much this year for what we did, and people weren't able to keep up with it. So here you go. Here's a freebie. Um, I feel like that has to be part of their consideration there.
I would agree for all the reasons you mentioned and more. PvP oriented a game. People want to feel good about their characters. If you can't pull and you can't use, all of that's
Yeah.
worthless. But if you don't pull and don't use, you might also hit a roadblock with a complete meta turnover, which was our number two. Back when June was released, and even Ash and King Mont, there was a pretty enormous spike in power creep. And for me, it was the combination of not only the base stats and overall stats, where there was the most noteworthy jump in the history of the game, but even the abilities themselves were rather overtuned compared to some of the more recent units that we saw. They abused a couple ability buffs that were a little more rare, and instead you were getting a couple of them within the kit themselves. That, yeah, that was a complete meta turnover that never recovered, particularly when Sephiroth came out, where he too was part of that base stat increase. But that release, even with Advent Children, because it wasn't just Sephiroth, quite frankly, it was also Cloud as part of that Great Sword team, and even Kadaj in his own right. He had a very long shelf life on new gen stats alone. That there were even units that came out this year, like Young Eld, like Vivi, like Helena. Obviously, they were made to be countered and have that meta turn, but like units within the last 3 to 6 months had become irrelevant and unusable, and that felt absolutely terrible, and was part of the reason for the exodus, where people really did feel like, for maybe the first time ever, that everything they did to that point was gone and worth nothing, which is a horrendously bad feeling when that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, and it wasn't just okay. All the stuff I pulled in 2023 is just getting blown off the map. Even in a lot of cases, Joom was able to overcome Alaya, which was the most powerful lightning unit, of that of the last year. Um, and you saw that across the board with all the old units, just because they had 2,000 more HP now, and they had 5 more agility, and basically 20 to 30%, and all the key stats increased. It just was too much to overcome there when we kind of factor in bonuses from vision cards and all these things.
There's a
So
lot of new gen tech too. AoE res pen and unit res pen were both introduced this year, and then even the Protect and Shell 2.0 were introduced this
mhm.
year. So those were significant steps up that old units straight up don't have access to.
Also, all the buffs were getting increased to 4 turns on all the new abilities, which, as you get deeper into the fights, that was noticeable,
Yep.
kind of versus the old units. I think the reason why this felt the worst for me was that even units that I paid quite a handsome amount of viz for from January up until March also were really not all that usable. Lucio the Luminescent, I was, super hyped for him. And even like Shadowlink, all the Ashen Warriors basically got completely shafted because those were all the units that we were getting in those first few months. And a lot of people were hyped for those units. And the only one that was a next gen unit was Ashen Mont. So the other units really, even Dario, who we like, oh my God, this is like the best magic tank we've ever seen. Yeah, he literally didn't get played until recently.
Recently,
So,
right? Because Gilgamesh came
um,
out and basically nullified his role the entire time.
yeah.
Yep.
So it was definitely like that's part of that was one of the reasons why this whole like spring and summer period, after you kind of got over the initial hype of, oh, it's June, it's like the anniversary unit. That's why things kind of got into a doldrum period there in the summer where people, I think, were kind of at an all-time low feeling about the game.
I totally agree. I totally agree. And number three here is a sneaky good one, I think. The English voice actor support got dropped this year. I will say, admittedly, in hindsight, I'm okay with this. I still view it from the perspective of you lose something for the longer term vision of the game. And if I had to choose what I would cut, English voice acting, I think, is in my acceptable category. Now, admittedly, I have no problem with Japanese subs for my anime, so hearing Japanese voices is not jarring to me. This does overall still not feel great because you can tell it's a cost cutting move. It obviously loses some of your immersion where you don't know what everyone's saying all the time. Maybe you don't connect to the characters in the same way because you can't understand them either. Like, sure, maybe even in the cutscenes you can read the text, but when you're in battle and they're just shouting out commands, now all of a sudden your game's just shouting in Japanese. You have no idea what they're actually saying, so you do lose a little bit of that connection to the characters. So while on the one hand, I actually like not the end of the world for me, I would put it up there as one of the worst 5 points of the year. And I think to a newer player or a very casual player, that can be something that is just frowned upon. For us older players that have a lot of skin in them in the game, sure, okay, whatever, in English voice actors. But for some newer players like that don't have any real attachment to it, I could see that being a game breaker of sorts.
Yeah, this was a big bummer. I mean, I personally, there was a lot of voices I'd grown very attached to, like over the past, 4+ years. Uh, you know, so it's tough now, kind of getting deeper into the story and not having that connection that you mentioned, because I had that on for many of like the main characters. At the end of the day, like it's not a deal breaker for me, but it definitely was this happened like kind of in that same period of the meta turnover and the kind of that spring summer time frame. And this is part of the reason why people were talking about EOS like every 2 seconds on the main cord. Like literally you couldn't scroll 2 lines without seeing somebody say, end of service, so thankfully some of that talk has gone away. And that I think is a direct result of some of those best things that we talked about. But when this happened, I directly remember, people were talking like it was going to happen imminently.
Yeah, yeah, no, there was good arguments for both sides, absolutely. But
Hmm.
the fourth moment here, which I think for many could be ranked number one, honestly, was the oppressive and the stale curse meta of what Sephiroth brought. That was a period of the game that nullified a large majority of the units, supports included, that their main thing is to heal, and all of a sudden you can't heal. One of the main forms of survivability was a re-raise capability, courage being one of the others. That the fact that he could take out two of those, that the percentages were never really in your favor in terms of like percentage chance. Even if you had a trust stone passive, it still was higher than you would like to see. And then not even talking about the rest of his kit with the on-hit dispel, which is just as oppressive in its own right, but the curse really nullified a handful of roles, even the tanks that are so reliant on their like healbacks below a certain percent. You suddenly had tanks that couldn't be played. You had units that have drain absorption as part of their kits that couldn't be played. And it was just so oppressive with absolutely no counterplay other than a trust stone passive, which again never brought it to zero. It never even brought it to like sub 50%, I think, for many. Was a really bad time to play the game. And even the things they did introduce were so late. Orochi, that Esper that came out with Summer Resnick, was so late in a curse meta. That's one of the few things to this day that you can still use. There really still isn't any. It's just that now they've introduced enough characters with innate curse resistance and like some oppressive new gen things that Sephiroth doesn't handle well. But like I was so down in the game through this, and I was really mad that A, they didn't introduce more counterplay like just a raid item that has 50% curse res. I see no
Yeah.
reason why they couldn't have done that. And then number two, even just like a map effect once in a while, like we have a limited guild war, just to throw on like 50% curse res to all units. Like you have a low hanging fruit there to manipulate the meta if you're the devs, and they chose to never do that. It was just absolutely awful.
And I think that going back to point two with the complete meta turnover and like really only certain units being viable from basically April onward, and then Sephiroth comes in, and immediately many of those brand new characters that you just pulled that are next gen are just really not usable.
Even Jum,
So
someone
even
who could be his counter.
that's exactly who I'm talking about. Jum, Luciel, several characters basically were pinned down because this ability was so overtuned and so overpowered, and no counterplay whatsoever in the game. To this day, they still really haven't done enough, in my opinion. Absolutely, there should have been a raid item or some farmable item. And I still can't believe that they haven't done it. So, um, thankfully, we're kind of past that, but it's still kind of around. It's still overpowered in my opinion. So, I think the only reason why we've gotten past that is, like you said, we have gotten a slew of characters that have some innate resistance, and really, that's the only reason it had, kind of progressed.
Right. Yeah, if Summer Resnick wasn't here, Sephiroth would probably even be stronger. I know she is a strong pairing with Sephiroth, but she was one of the only forms of real counterplay with her aura to finally prevent curse. That's crazy to me to that have that be the only thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll get to the fifth one here, which arguably another number one was the limited guild war. The frequency of it. We've talked about this, but it's a good time to recap it. We abhor limited, or at least I'm sorry, maybe I'm speaking for you, but I feel like we share this. I abhor limited guild war because of the matchmaking and scheduling. That early on in the game, sure, there were enough guilds that there was more parity in how competitive the limited guild war was, and supremacy might have had more on the line in terms of where your bracket was and who you could win against. Just by the nature of how competitive guilds are nowadays, for all the reasons we just talked about, but in addition to the number of players that have left from when that mode was initiated way back when, that now limited guild war is a week off for many guilds, and it feels good for neither party. For someone that's stomping guilds or being on the receiving end of being a guild that's absolutely stomped, no one actually feels real good 90% of the time. The matchmaking is just absolutely atrocious. And when you combine that with the fact that you're pulling all of these units on this rapid release schedule, it's 100 cost, you're spending money, and all of a sudden, like, you can't really use them in any meaningful content, particularly with the asterisk of Sephiroth already eradicating how often you can use them anyway. I prepared, this is not the greatest graphic in the world, but what you're looking at here is April to November. It's the calendar outlook. The red days are days where we did not have Guild War. So this is inclusive of maintenance days, bridge days, limited Guild War mock days. It's not purely just, but I wanted to get this point across, like, how many days do we actually not have Guild War? And for much of the year, like April to August, you could say it's about half the month you're not having a Guild War. It's a little bit less, sub 40s, but still half the month is seemingly kind of high for not having that daily form of content. September we got a little lucky, but then it ramped up to 81% of the days in October. 25 out of 31 days there was no Guild War. Real Guild War was limited or maintenance or something. And then November being the 67%, that felt so bad that that's one of the most engaging forms of content for people that play the game hard because of the limitless hours not limitless, it's an exaggeration, but the amount of hours you can mock in the Guild War mock period, and the games of like how competitive things are. You actually get some meaningful results out of your units. This absolutely sucked the wins out of most guilds, I think, from a momentum perspective. I know we felt it where like our guild got kind of complacent, where you'd have pockets of time where like people just didn't have to play the game, and then you just lose all momentum and people just lose interest after a while when that
Yeah.
happens. So this was awful.
And for me, like I don't mind the limited format itself.
Yeah.
Like I like having some constraints and I like having some special rules once in a while to kind of change things up. That part of it I have no issue with, and
Agreed.
it's purely the scheduling, the matchmaking being lopsided. Um, the scheduling it's leaned on maybe just a little bit too much, and I think that graphic there was a perfect, showcase of that.
Yeah.
Um, so I think, going into 2025, that should be looked at by the operations team, not only from a frequency standpoint, but maybe just change it up so that the normal matchmaking of the daily Guild War is retained into limited, so that things are competitive, you know, within the normal, matchmaking scheme. That should be retained so that, ranked 100 guilds aren't facing top 10 guilds and vice versa. So I think that that would be a good thing for them to do.
Agreed. And this to me, like, I get it. Every map, they try to favor the new unit for the map bonuses that they give. Because obviously they want to incentivize a new unit. They want to make it seem disproportionately strong. So there's some hype and you feel good about it. But I would love for this limited Guild War in particular to omit the new units as part of the consideration for the buffs and do something fun and unique to just change the meta. And I talked about it before, like the 50% curse resistance. I would love for one of these limited guild wards to be like 80% earth resistance or 80% slash res or just something quirky or weird so that whatever the meta was, new units or not, all of a sudden you had to start from scratch in terms of like the theory crafting and what teams are good. Because I think to me that's like the best part of the game. That's the most active conversations we see on the discords is people trying to theory craft. We see people that spend more time in discords than we do actually playing the game itself because that's such like a fun mental activity that I think you could use the limited guild war in that way to create your own meta of sorts by putting map effects that don't have any long-term ramifications on regular guild war. It's just a fun game mode.
Yeah, and I think like some good examples of that are things that we heard about when this mode was actually first conceived over in JP in the first year of the game, where they did stuff like, only female units or only male units, which we never saw here, right? Because
Right.
we didn't get limited until much later than JP did. And it was already kind of in this more turn the wheel kind of format when we got it. Um, so I would absolutely love to see that. I think my favorite example of something that's close to that they still do is when they separate the elements so that you only have they basically split it in half so that there's no elemental counters. And I think that is one of the best theory crafting
I agree.
things that we can do right now, and that's one of my favorite rule sets
Yep.
because it does change things up so that the teams and what teams are best are generally very different than what we do day to day.
I completely agree. And then the last one here, which is a nice both ends of it, the honorable mention is the live streams, how they disappeared for a while. And to be fair, we still have not seen Hiroki in quite some time on a global schedule, but there's obviously political reasons within Square Enix for where his time is being spent and why. But live streams were gone for a while on our side of things, and this combined with all the other worsts made the game feel like we really were selling out. They were turning the wheel. They didn't want to give us any investment or time of day on anything, and they do work hard on these live streams. We've seen the behind the scenes. It's not just you and me, like you and me just flip on a camera and we talk. They have a rehearsal meeting and they have a slide deck and they have to go through it and what are the talking points, and there's so much that there's 7 people in that group chat that it is like a difficult. It's not just turning on the camera, but that meant a lot to us to see that they were having these live streams. To see it disappear felt like we were being abandoned, quite frankly. And Justin has done a handful of Justin and Friends. They did the Halloween live stream where they announced the Halloween Aliyah to us. Those go such a long way for us of just building a rapport with the community and just as a signaling thing, showing that we're worth a couple hours of the development team, if you know what I mean, to do something. That this is both a best and a worst. I think right now they're doing a much better job. Would still love to see more official live streams as opposed to just the Justin and Friends, which is awesome and should still continue. But there's something to be said for the Square Enix and the Gumi development team, not just the social media team, if you know what I mean. But that's really me picking at things. This is much better.
Yeah, and I think like a part of that too is like, there would generally be gifts to the community as part of
Yes.
those live stream, and that was kind of, to be fair, it was probably a lot of reasons, a lot of people's main reason for tuning in or being interested in it at all, is getting some viz and some goodies to kind of help that monthly stipend or whatever it is.
Yep.
But kind of when these things were gone, this was all kind of part of that conversation of why this game was kind of going down the tubes, why it's going to be end of service. that whole summer to kind of late summer into fall time frame. And it's been kind of a good story as we end the year here. As the game has kind of rebounded here in quarter four, I think, with tactics and a good generous fifth anniversary, live streams coming back. We know that there's a generous collab right around the corner with Final Fantasy 14 very shortly. So there have built some momentum here at the end of the year, and I think the live stream has been kind of a part of that story.
Totally agreed. Absolutely. So that was our top five best and worst. Let us know if you think we forgot anything, but I think this pretty well encaptures a lot of the good sentiments as well as the negative sentiments. And yeah, but we'll pause there. But we got a lot more ahead of you. We are an hour and 20 minutes in, and we have a lot of still fun content that I'm sure is going to get some feathers ruffled, those of you in the chat, because I think we have some opinions on top five of several different kinds of categories, which you all may agree with or not agree with. And before we jump into that, I forgot about these slides. This is part of the year in review. We thought, what better way to kick off some of the meta discussion and character stuff than looking at our most often Guild Wars units used. And so this was mine, both attack and defense. Summer Glassy dominated my attack teams for the majority of the year. She was excellent through a variety of the metas that as a staple in the Sephiroth Gilgamesh meta, but also we found a very compelling water team in the Helena Vivi meta that was, and I don't know how many people know this, this was between you and Ram 9 initially that created this team, and I came in and we obviously like fine-tuned it, but it was a evasion water team that was Summer Glassy, Faris, and King Eld. And Summer Glassy, we actually would turn on her thief sub-job buff of the evasion 42%. Luck Trust Stones and Helena and Vivi weren't accurate. They had some guaranteed hits, but not enough to actually kill anybody. It would just tickle them. And so we had this hyper evade team of Faris, Glassy, and Eld who would 6-star the Helena Vivi meta in its sleep. No questions asked, no RNG, no randomness, no nothing. And so you can see Eld also being that unit. As that meta shifted and as the power creep came, obviously I kind of had to play ball, and obviously I used a lot of Sephiroth, a ton of Lucille as of late. June was part of that Gilgamesh, so I don't see any real surprises here. I had a lot of fun with Ramada for the majority of the year. You might see here on the lower end of the spectrum. So the offensive side of the things was where I got a little more fun with the theory crafting and versatility and variety of units. But on the right side,
We had a really fun team with Ramada and Eld also.
yes.
We had a nice meme that you made there in the Discord with
Oh,
with King Eld.
son of a
It
bitch.
was so good.
Do I have it? Oh my god, hold on a second. JB, fill some time for me as I look for this picture. Here it is.
Yeah, so basically, we were trying to come up with creative ways to kind of, this was kind of during the summer time frame where, Sephiroth and Shrek and Resnick were just dominating everything and kind of at a loss for what to do with it for a while. But Ramada came in, and I was thinking, I think really that Eld maybe be able to get off the bench and be good against that team. So we came up with a team, and we were able to find a team that 6-started with those two. Um, and this was the meme that would be shared on the Discord. That was so good
There we go.
because
Yeah,
this was the team, the Luciel, Ramada, and Eld's team.
yeah, very fun. Eld actually did decently well against Sephiroth. There was some randomness with Ramada and Kirsten, whether or not that hit, but the CT up of her limit break and just being able to lap Shrek, and it was a really potent team. It wasn't perfect, but it was as fun and copium of his team as you could possibly hope for. But um, how do I get rid of this? Wait a minute. Oh no! Oh no! Here it is.
I love the uwu like blushing there. It's so good.
It was so good. But yeah, defense obviously a lot more generic to what the meta was through most of the year. No surprises there, but we'll take a look at yours, which admittedly isn't that much different. We're both in
It's
Howl.
about the same.
We play the same enemies on defense, so we, share ideas and play offense very similarly. And same thing on defense. Anything that stick out to you that you had fun with, or pockets of time of units that you used that you want to highlight?
Um, I was just gonna say, and we get excited about some of the same character, like the spear team. Like we always have copium for that for some reason. Um, I don't know. I think that there was Like when Mont came out, I was like really excited for Mont, and I used like a team of Lucio and Bradley. Like that was a nice team that I used for a while, and I kind of was using Lucio as an evasion tank, like I would do. I called it the stutter step move with Lucio, where I put the bow tie on him, where he would start slow, and then he would use Kane's TMR, and then he would get fast and get the extra move back. I remember using that team for a bit.
That's great.
Sottily, like I've used him. He's been one of my favorite units released this year. Obviously, he's used by everybody now, but I feel like I was one of the first like really on that train because I pretty much like maxed him out the day one, and I know that a lot of people early on were kind of afraid to use him into Shrek, and people were saying, "Oh, this guy's don't use him because Shrek is everywhere right now." But I was I got in there and found a team with Crimson Wizard basically, and that was a fun team to play for a little while too. Crimson Wizard with Sottily able to kill that meta team also. But yeah, otherwise it's pretty similar. Obviously we share ideas and things. So
Yeah, it's pretty close. On Darius did ask, do we make a build and run a different variant than our teammates? No, we actually share our builds pretty frequently. That's one of the things that is typically encouraged in most guilds. We don't try to keep secrets, and obviously I don't think you can anyways. I think most guild mates, if you wanted to see our team, you can click in and see, maybe not toggles, but you can see the sub jobs. Then again, you could, I don't know, watch replays. But yeah, we typically will share information. There's really no secrets within our guild if we can help it. If we find a good idea, this is a team-based game. We want everyone to benefit from the same information.
I think people might put their own spin on it. Like
Yeah,
maybe some people, they might riff on an idea that I come up with or Will comes up with, or they might have some limitations in terms of equipment or cards, so they might need to change it for that reason as well. But yeah, I think that it's pretty common, to kind of share those ideas.
yeah. No, absolutely. But we do have the award segment, which I did this big, great, grand preamble to that. This is really the top 5 best and worst of a bunch of different units and observations to hand out some awards. And we're going to kick things off with the top 5 units who fell off. Now, this is an important category to give some context to that. This really talks to not really a metric of whether units good or bad, but units that were like really high, like, oh man, they're everywhere, so they just hit a cliff and they're just gone. And that's not even a reflection of whether, again, they're good or bad or not. It's just that they fell off. And I think Raph makes the chart here at number 5, where she was a staple of the Helena VV meta for the first 3 to 4 months of the year. Even for a lot of Dark mains, she still continued to carry them through much of the year with Seifer and whoever else they were playing with, God knows. But she got
She actually got some nice upgrades.
some great upgrades. Absolutely did. And we'll talk about that more in a bit, I'm sure. But didn't really stop her from the fall off where, back early on in January to March, she was at a 25 to 35% pick rate on attack and defense. And you're looking at the top 100 guilds here. So this is a very liberal and generous view on her pick rate. So in the top guilds, this would be even a higher percent. You would say it'd be like 80%, I think, plus in like top 5 or top 10. So we're being really generous here with the sample size. But you drop down to 1% in the present day, and she absolutely fell off a cliff.
Oh yeah, I'm in January in the top 10. I remember like everybody had that Black Mage team, and that's why I mean even that meta, like it wasn't as stale or as oppressive as like the Sephiroth meta, but it was not far off. Like it felt like nothing could beat that team. Like the power creep that Helena kind of brought in to the game. So yeah, that team was everywhere, and it was kind of part of the fun of finding that water team that you mentioned that. Like nobody else was using that team,
Right.
except for us. So
Yep. But our number 4 unit who fell off might seem controversial, but it was June, who when she first came out was like bar none the best unit you could possibly use in the game. And again, this is a very generous sample size that even in top 100, she was used in half the teams on attack upon release, 37% on defense. She had maybe a slower descent than Raph did, who plummeted with a little more of a steeper curve. But Carente, 9%, 10%, that's a pretty fall off from where she was. And now, I think more than ever, because the other new units that have been released are on her level of power creep, that her specialness is getting diluted, and now you're seeing her more of you use her for her niche and strength as opposed to using her because she's the de facto best unit. Now it's really more of a strategic play with the magic res pen reduction and the I don't know dispel that she has interweaved in her kit and all those other things. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, she had kind of a falling off there, like during the Gilgamesh Sephiroth meta. But I think that she was actually a very compelling unit then during Sephiroth Shrek meta. I think she was probably one of the best counters that we had available in the game. And that was really playing into her true niche as not only a water unit who could, have some nice mitigation against Sephiroth, but also with her anti-magic niche, which is, one of the best in the game.
definitely so. And that brings us to our number 3 unit who fell off, which is Ashen King Mont. And again, this might be a head scratcher for many, particularly with Rika, who just came out, where he is still a very compelling unit in that Mono Earth team. Definitively one of the top 3 units in that team. But that's not to deny that he did see some kind of fall off. Obviously, much of that correlation, similar to June, was just the fact that A, you saw a lot more units on his level, so it just kind of diluted his specialness. But there's no doubt that Shrek and even Gilgamesh played a factor in that, where Sephiroth
Oh
and
yeah.
Gilgamesh, similar to June, absolutely dominated him. And Shrek, he did not see that same rebound that June did. He saw a decrease in it. So same idea, very high pick rates, but obviously faded over time, seeing a bit of a resurgence as of late because of Riku, but even then, still a pretty big drop.
I remember like in JP, we had kind of Mont and June released kind of within the same time, within like weeks of each other. Over in JP, I think that Ashen Mont was actually the preferred one. He was more picked and more used across
Yes,
their side of the game, whereas over in global, Joom actually was the preferred one and more used from top to bottom in the game. Higher pick rate, higher use rates. And you can see that here, like 34%, 37%. Joom had much better numbers. Uh, you can see here, though, that the clear resurgence that you mentioned with not only Riku, but also Sadali. He's a very good teammate for
thank you.
Sadali as
Yes,
well. Um, but yeah, definitely a very steep drop off for him in the summer because, yeah, Gilgamesh obviously toasts him. And that Shrek is the main factor there, who can really do a number on him.
absolutely. But that brings us to our number 2 unit who fell off, which is A2. Who did see a plateau for a long, or was at the peak of the plateau for a while. You saw her in our own play rates for much of the year. That she was a staple not only through that Helena Vivi meta as one of the few units who could play into them, maybe not 100% successfully, but very competitively. Then through the strike meta, Great Sword certainly still held some of its own. And then Joom and Cloud came out, and she was the third amigo and the third musketeer for much of that time, even through Sephiroth. Although she was the weakest link, she was still part of that Great Sword team. And going from the mid 30s down to 2 and 3%, definitely one of the bigger fall offs of the year. And I don't think there's any copium here for her like there is for Joom and Ash and Mont, who are still retaining some value. I think her best days are behind her.
Which is unfortunate. I was just about to say, like, obviously she came in before the big power jump spike that in statistically that we had at 4.5 year anniversary. But despite that, she was one of the few units released before that did get played, post that event, and she was played in that great sword for quite some time alongside Juma. It was a very strong team, despite her being at a disadvantage statistically. And I think that had this been any other year and that stat jump didn't happen, when Shrek came into the meta, um, if she hadn't been at a disadvantage statistically, I think that she would have been a very, very strong counter pick to Shrek. And unfortunately, because she was at that disadvantage, it was not quite as strong as it probably could have been in other years. Because you think about it, she's an android, and a lot of Shrek's power is built around Human Killer, especially the follow up,
You're right.
which and she's got high unit resistance, she's got the ice wind advantage, high magic resistance. Actually, perfect counter for Shrek. When you kind of look at the X's and O's, but because of that disadvantage, she wasn't really able to come back into the meta as we've seen other units.
Definitely so. And I probably should have asked this at the start of the segment for people to throw out some predictions who is the number one unit. But our number one unit for now, of the unit who fell off the most, is young Helena. And I don't think this is really debatable. We'll go into the dishonorable mentions in just a second here. But young Helena obviously was the meta. Even before Vivi, she was starting to really skew the playing field. And she went from these 30s and 40s pick rates down to the 1%, to the point that she's near unplayable at the moment. We've even seen some copium with staff devout teams and mono light teams that we thought maybe Helena could see a resurgence. I know early on with Shrek, there was some hope that Helena's limit break would allow Shrek to kill herself on it like it did for Soul. Didn't really happen, maybe barely, but she, for us, just given the fact that she was the meta unit and permanent pool like Joom, really just fell off entirely.
And all that same thing that I was just saying about A2 applies to this unit as well, because this was really the swan song of like the, that previous years of meta. Like these were the top of the chain, in terms of units and power that they released before that stat spike. And I think I feel the same way about this unit. If she had that extra 2000 HP, if she had that extra, 50 magic or the extra accuracy that these new units do, she absolutely would have come back with Shrek as like a black mage partner. Not only as maybe a counter, because she is like very strong, like anti-magic unit herself. She's got like, she can get up to 70 unit resist. She's got like the magic reduction buff, high magic resistance, the reflect limit burst that you mentioned, but like as also like a very nice teammate as well.
Absolutely. And we will, not a ton of time, but the dishonorable mentions, ones that did make our top five, these were units that absolutely fell off. Alaya has had some amazing upgrades, but from the peak of the Strike meta, Strike really hasn't made a strong meta resurgence since. Summer Glassy, you saw our pick rates, was a staple through 2/3 of the year, but once more of the regular Magic meta set in, she really showed her weaknesses, and even a little bit into Greatsword. I remember Cloud would come in with the limit break and just absolutely dog her, and if she wasn't reincarnated, he might kill her depending on your team. But she did see a rather steep fall off. Although
until we got the Gilgamesh TMR, that was our secret sauce.
That's right. The sagacious whatever it was the honeycomb barrier that allowed her to actually have some kind of defensive measure. Did buoy her for a little while longer. Aldoa was absolutely not the same fall off because she never saw the high pick rate, but she came in, splashed with Joom, and then never saw the light of day. And Vivi, kind of the same as Helena, but Helena obviously was more of that staple of the team even before his introduction. Yeah.
Yeah, like many of these units, like if we looked at the same charts, were like in the 20 to 25% rather than like the 30 to 40s of the top 5 units. But they were all like huge parts of the meta, maybe like secondary characters rather than like drivers. So
Definitely. But this brings us to our next segment. Oh, we didn't animate these. Oh, shit.
Oh well.
All right. Well, we're gonna. All right. I don't think it's anything.
I could fix it real quick. If
Yeah.
you wanna...
Go ahead. I'll let you edit that. I'll fill some time. I will. I'll just spitball on. What's a good topic? Give me some. Give me some Q&A, guys. Shout out some stuff in the chat if you want. I'll talk a little bit about. I guess top end Guild War. One of the things we're seeing now that's kind of nice. One of the problems that you run into with matchmaking, the way the game works is that it will matchmake your guild plus or minus 8 ranks above you and below you as part of your scheduling. And one of the things that had happened at the top end, and I only bring this up because a lot of people use like top 10 as their barometer for what the meta is when they look at stats and whatnot. But for most of the summer, because of how much limited Guild War there was and not enough Guild War to like accumulate points, what was happening was that there was only like 3 and then 4 teams in Gemini 1 where Howl unfortunately got lumped with the top 3, which is a different category of like competitive guilds, if you will, that right now we're finally seeing the rest of the top 10 catch up. And what you're seeing a lot of times in these stats when you look at top 10 throughout the summer is much of the top 3 kind of skewing it with their walls and also with their scheduling, where for a lot of times they wouldn't swap teams, because they only needed a swap when they played each other. They could basically beat the other top 10 with their arms behind their back. And so we're finally in a spot now where a lot more guilds, because of the fifth anniversary, finally have access to more units, that we're seeing more walls pop up. We're seeing more competitive teams pop up, that it's actually invigorated the top end of the game quite a bit, because we're now not seeing the same three old units. We're seeing a lot more variety in the units being used, because of that. So that's kind of a change to the top end that's been very welcomed. We're actually reaping the benefits of it now. That, as you guys talk about top 10 meta and reference the last 5 to 6 months, that was actually a really like unique point that I don't remember happening. That it was very much siloed for so long and gate kept with who had meta units and who didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, so I found the issue. You have to go into slideshow mode, and then the animation should be there.
Oh shit. Where's slideshow mode?
Uh, hmm, I think
Do this. Yeah.
mine's like at the top of the screen, like the top right. There it is.
I don't know if I can do that in
I think
these.
I think there's a way to do it. Like, hold on. Sorry.
Oh, I
Oh
got it.
yeah, if you go into like presenter view, I think, then it should. You can close that window. But then like if you click on this now, it should.
Yes. Okay. Cool. All right, guys, we're cooking. We're back. Hopefully, I was able to riff it enough for those last 2 minutes with the Guild War convo. But yes, this gets to our top 5 worst unit upgrades. This does comprise not only some MA2s that units got, but also their limit break upgrades. It's a combination of both in some capacity. So one of them was unfortunately Dialdo. Really got not any.
And
Oh yeah, go ahead.
one other thing to add to that real quick, and it is kind of when we think about like what makes it the worst. Like a lot of times when they get these upgrades, we're expecting them to come back and maybe make some, noise in the meta and be used again, and that's kind of the precursor for this. So go
Right.
ahead.
Right. No, no, no. We actually debated that because there are some
Yeah.
units, like let's say a really bad unit. They might have amazing upgrades, but if it does nothing to actually give them an inkling of playtime, then how good of an upgrade was it really? And so this is the same idea. We're not saying these units need to be meta for it to be a good upgrade, but and we test enough because we have all of these units, so it's a little bit subjective. But if we didn't see an opportunity to theorycraft and play with them, then to us it wasn't a good enough upgrade. And so this is the top 5 worst upgrades, but that same logic will be true for our top 5 best upgrades. But
And this was actually the fact that the upgrades were bad was kind of a big talking point throughout the years. And on the show, we had several topics where we kind of railed against the developers for, we're looking at limit burst upgrades that were essentially to address power creep that happened in the previous year.
right,
But where are the upgrades that are addressing for the power creep that's happening right now, which
right.
you know they have finally addressed with MA3s and with kind of mixed results so far.
Which
But
we were asking for forever. We're like, where's MA3s? They needed to start these
yeah,
yesterday. Thank God they changed their rollout, that the MA3 units are a little more deliberate who they're picking. All these old systems used to start with the oldest units first and work their way up. So we were expecting MA3s to start with like Eld and Rob Horn and all these
Ziza.
awful units, and it'd be forever till a new unit got an MA3. But that's not the case so far. So very smart for them to do that. But among the top 5 worst unit upgrades was Dialdo. Limit Break was rather negligible. Really not a lot of new tech from a survivability perspective. As far as tanks go, for what they needed with the aura effects and whatnot, he never had any of that. So while he had his time in the sun, he did not get any upgrades that made him a compelling play after that.
I think when we look at the tank slot right now, it's basically unless they're bringing an aura or they're bringing some incredible utility or compression, they're not worth being used. And unfortunately, the fact that Dialdo doesn't have any of those things, on top of not being accurate and really not bringing a lot to the table other than being tanky, he just wasn't able to come back. The other big problem with Dialdo is that he's very, very weak to dispel, and Sephiroth was king of the meta and just dispelling everybody from 6 tiles away. So um, that was another big reason. His hate gets dispelled. He's only got 5 hate with without his buff, and a lot of his tankiness that he puts on is general dispelled as well.
Right? Like even this wide res they gave him, that's one of the new mechanics this year. Everyone could dispel wide res. So like this is like a nothing burger for an upgrade because this is the new power creep that you're talking about. They're doing these upgrades that are just too far behind in the meta.
Yeah.
Good example of it. But the fourth one was Perrrene. I know, man. I know. This was. I'll let you talk about it. Why am I talking about it? Regular Perrrene, hit it. This upgrade.
This was one of my favorite units from 2023. Had a lot of great use in the fist meta, and then with water teams after that. We actually were pretty high on the MA2. I think that was actually like a decent start for her. She was actually getting slapped around by Soul until she got this. She needed that strike res penetration. She needed the magic resistance to be able to deal with Soul. Uh, and really, the problem comes for her when she got the limit burst upgrade, and this was really where they did her dirty. This is probably to date the worst limit burst upgrade in the game. I don't even think it's close.
I agree.
It literally does absolutely nothing for her other than it costs her 10 less AP. It gives her a little bit of healing power. That's whatever. Um, I mean, just look at and then she gets the increased HP 40%, which we calced it out. It's like,
It's like
40% of her base HP. It's like 400 HP that she gets.
yeah,
Like that's so bad.
insane.
So like this did absolutely nothing for the character. She never came back, and we haven't seen her since.
Agreed. Which brings us to number 3, Vega, who was unfortunately a unit who never splashed in the first place, but did have some upswing when it came to the strike meta. He was pretty decent against strike, and his upgrades to MA2 was nothing. 10% reduction of both damage types, and then the limit break upgrade. On paper, not great either. I mean, his thing was that he got some AoE res pen for 3 turns. That's a nice offensive upgrade, but this effect is so short range. You wouldn't get this till much later in the fight. And, the dispel on self of debuffs is nice. The Berserk was still there, not unchanged. It's technically cheaper. It just didn't do anything to really address why he wasn't good to begin with. And, yeah.
Yeah, I think that they needed to make this a full diamond to fix it.
I agree.
Yeah, just make it the full diamond. Like, why does it have to be a half diamond? Because they didn't really give it enough. Like the AoE res pen is nice. The modifier increase, that's nice. Okay, it dispels debuffs. It's fine, but it's not really addressing the core issues with the unit. And if the core issues don't get addressed on top of being behind the 8 ball with the statistics like all these older units are, they're just not gonna be able to get it done.
Totally agreed. Which brings us to number 2, which was Ice Howlet. This was a unit where there absolutely was some copium because Gilgamesh came out and was not only the same element, but the same job type of the Sword Red Mage. We saw Howlet creep a little bit into the meta with Summer Glaciella, where her aura enabled units like he and Reagan to have the survivability that they were lacking. And so there were times where he was just towing the line of how good he could be. And they come out with this MA2 that's just 10% slash and magic resistance and 15 accuracy. Like this is the worst. Maybe among the worst MA2s, because at least with most of the MA2s, it's things like the AoE resistance or a certain kind of penetration or something. But the slash and magic buff here is so that is part of his niche where he does have decently high innate resist to them already, but the accuracy is nothing. And then the limit break was just absolutely awful, where it was literally just 20% magic damage for 3 turns. They didn't do anything else. It's not cheaper. It's not a higher spirit pen. It's not a higher modifier. The worst thing about this is that this is captured in general dispel. The physical or the magic damage buff is part of what gets dispelled by things like Sephiroth and all of those really general dispel things. That this is not a reliable buff at all. This is so bad. Shocking. This might be worse than Perrine's. I mean, yeah, Perrine.
It's definitely right there. It's in the conversation. This this was like, I feel like the developers were like, okay, we can't let this character be too good, or like it's next to Gilgamesh and next to Glassy, like it's just going to be too strong. So we gotta artificially like give him just a worse upgrade because of it. Because I remember around that time, like the team was actually still very, very good. Like the mono ice team with Oldoa, with Gilgamesh, with Howlet, or even if you traded out Oldoa for Summer Glassy and just go pure red mage, it was actually still like a very good team. I think A2 was even still
Yeah,
around a little bit at that point, as well. But it was just kind of a flash in the pan. Like, it was good for like it was still usable for a couple of weeks, but had really no extended value because, it was a very poor upgrade, comparatively to most units.
I agree. So that absolutely is worth the number two. And I forgot to do it again to ask you guys to guess what number one is. But the number one worst unit upgrade of the year was Squall, unfortunately. And this hurts to say because it seemed like it could have been good. It really did. But I think he was one of those upgrades that they did like prior year. No, I wouldn't say that because technically they gave him AoE Res Pen, which is a new gen tech, so that was very necessary. But he was starting so far behind, they needed more than this to actually get him an increase in play. And we tried our best, even through the Jew meta, to make him work, and it wasn't possible. And to this day, I was like tongue in cheek joking with Orange J, who had Squall Max reincarnated, being like, dude, make an anti-June video with your Squall, please. And I don't even think he could do it with a Max reincarnated Squall. Like, that's how dire it was. That, yeah, the slash pen, not a problem for them, particularly on global where we had the Esther card, which already enabled some like pretty healthy slash res pen. The AoE pen, cool. The limit break upgrade was actually not bad with the physical barrier break. It gave a unit res crush. The problem is he's an AoE centric unit, so it didn't really do anything for his general damage. It did something for his limit break from an AI priority perspective to ensure that he would use this, because otherwise he would only spam AoE abilities. But they made it 100% hit. They didn't change the AP. It's not enough.
I think like if they had maybe given him re-raise or courage here, like it might have been that just enough of a bump here. Like in a silo, I don't think that these are like the worst. Like obviously these are much better than the upgrades we were just looking at with Howlet
Right.
and Perrine comparatively, but I think it's the fact that it's Squall, it's the main protagonist of FF8. It's the fact that we were in a water meta, and unless you completely maxed this guy out, he really wasn't getting it done. Um, just really, really disappointing. And I think he just gets those bonus points because they had a second go at it and they still really couldn't do enough to really put him over the finish line. Especially because, around when these upgrades came out, like Mont was still very much a powerful, one of the top characters that you could play at that point. So it seemed like maybe a night team could be viable, but we never just we never really saw it.
I totally agree. This Copium, I guess, if they ever rerun this, that maybe they get the new gen upgrades that we're talking about with Final Fantasy collabs. But by that time, I think I think we're going to be in War of the Visions 2 whenever that happens. So,
Yeah.
unfortunately, didn't make the cut. But our top 5 units who flopped. So I will finally remember to say this, guys. Throw in chat. What's the number one unit that you thought flopped on the year, that released and just wet fart? No one wanted to play, or no one pulled, or just wasn't good.
Or
Any
yeah, big disappointment,
exactly.
any of the above.
Exactly. And I think Lucio was a good one here because I definitively remember looking at Lucio's kit and thinking to myself, he is going to be a staple unit of Sword Warrior going forward. That he, like Sephiroth, had an on hit dispel. He had both remove courage and remove re raise, and he had these change in passives that could make him a slash or a strike or a pierce unit. And in my head, I'm like, this is going to be a core staple unit. He doesn't do anything amazingly well, but he does everything that you look for from like a checking the box perspective. And he was one of the early units that had some of these honeycomb barrier effects and the all element resistance that when we talk about effective HP and reincarnations and how strong a unit can get, this was one of those units that we were like, this unit's only going to get better. And he literally did near nothing except for Mako shot out in the top 10, who used him a couple times on defense. But yeah, very underwhelming.
I mean, you think about when he came out as well, which was like February 1st of 2024, February 1st this year. And that was like the height of Helena's powers. Like she was still the top of the food chain at that point. And you know, the synergy wasn't really the greatest, I think, between the two units, like in terms of the debuffs. Obviously she shredded AoE and he's more of a unit based attacker. But she did bring him like the kind of the magical midi. There was some nice things that they could do for each other. But still, like, yeah, there was not a ton of play of the two units together. I don't know if that was a byproduct of, I mean, historically, light has always been a popular element, and Lucio, I feel like, was a fairly popular character. I feel like part of that had to be like a lot of people didn't pull him either.
I don't
I
know.
mean, obviously, we were still kind of not that far off from Road to Worldwide at that point, and I think we we just had the Near Automata collaboration, so maybe people were a bit tapped out from that.
Yep.
With A2, obviously was hugely pulled unit, so that I feel like was a contributing factor to maybe some of his play rates.
Yeah.
But even when I've reincarnated mine, and I've been continuously disappointed with his performance. Situations where I thought he should be tankier than he should.
Right.
His damage was always, it's okay, it's fine. But like his accuracy is suspect. Like there's some clear issues with the unit that I think kind of held him back, even on top of maybe just the pick rates and the pull rates.
Right. Yeah, back then he had Dispel Re-Raise, Dispel Courage. He could get up to very high levels of defense pen for sustained periods of time. You had three different damage types to pick from. He had Barrier Break on here, which was, you know, inferior to A2, who had the long range seal barrier break, but this was still a premium at the time, as was the select 2 abilities. This had kind of gone away for a small period of time, but he on his limit break had the select 3, which we hadn't seen since Elias. So like it dispel protect, it decreased CT. Like this checked so many boxes in addition to the dispel on hit and the effective HP that yeah, we've beaten this horse dead enough for a number 5 unit. But
I
yeah,
feel like part of that issue too was like, I mean, we saw that kind of with some of the job and unit distributions and
correct.
when he came out in February, Warrior wasn't what it is right now. Like in terms, they've gotten a lot of
No.
cards this
That's why I said
year.
it was going to be a staple of them going forward. Because I'm like, this is,
Yeah,
and it's obviously it's Lucio. He's like a main character almost, like in terms of the attention the lore gives him. That I thought they wouldn't do him dirty by the nature that he was like our protagonist. You know what I mean?
yeah. I have a small amount of copium for him if he gets like we just saw Astrius get some pretty nice upgrades for just an MA2.
Yep.
I still have a small amount of copium for him, but he absolutely flopped.
We'll see what happens. We'll see next year in the year in review whether that is our one of our top 5 best or worst upgrades.
Yeah.
But number 4, which many of you have called out in chat, appreciate the predictions so far. I see a lot of names in chat that are on our top 5. We just combined Angela and Duran here because they're roughly on the same level of units who flopped, and it's unfortunate because they did have some new gen things, not only from stats but ability wise too. They seemingly both had their niches where Angela was more anti magic, Duran was more anti physical. Element wise, I think they made the right choices, and even job choices like Angela being staff devout, I think was great. Duran has a very unique role with some of the pseudo tanking capabilities, but they just never really excelled. They didn't do anything versus the Sephiroth meta, which obviously is kind of like a stress test of how good you can be. And these units, I still think these units have enough innate power as new gen units that they could have some value, but there's no denying they flopped.
Yeah, I was very excited about Angela because I thought that she was going to fill a role like as a, anti-magic unit, and she's another one that I've been like fairly disappointed by in her kind of, fulfilling the promise of that kind of niche. And her damage has been like continually underwhelming. Again, I have a reincarnated Angela and just not getting it done. Like, even with the new devout cards, is she the worst unit in the game? No. This like the fact that she's flopped doesn't mean that she's like a terrible unit or the worst unit.
Correct.
That's like the differentiation point here. This is more like this is a unit that maybe should have been a little bit better, so and more pulled. Yeah, disappointing more from that standpoint where maybe they just didn't quite have enough to kind of put him over that hump for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's where she's at.
Yeah, can't emphasize this enough. It's not a reflection of the quality of the unit. It's more an indication of units who had some higher expectations based on our own analysis, even that they flopped because of that. And
It's
so,
especially disappointing though because it's a collaboration unit. It's an off-brand collaboration, and who knows when or if they'll ever get upgrades. So that's kind of part of that equation.
absolutely is. And I just teased it already. Tifa was our number three, where she came in at a horrendously bad time in a Sephiroth meta where Elementally already at a disadvantage. Job wise, Strike was already well on the downswing, relatively speaking, compared to meta. And just straight survivability wise, she's still to this day is a puzzling to me what they gave her for survivability. It's like a barrier and a heal back, which is like the bare minimum that units have. It's like 2 of 10 things that most units have, and for her it's only those two. They leaned into a very hyper accurate angle of hers, but they did spread out her kit a little bit too thin in how effective the utility was. And unfortunately, not enough reincarnations in this unit, who now, this is one of the, to your point, as a limited unit, you either do it then or do it never. You never reincarnate a limited unit a year later off banner. It just doesn't happen. So if she had a window where people were actually investing into her to use her current day, it would have already happened. And that unfortunately is just gone until they rerun that Final Fantasy VII Advent Children collab. So whatever Tifa's at right now, that's her ceiling, essentially. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of remember we had one of our tier list discussions, and we were like, "Oh, is Tifa C or is she B?" And we were kind of waffling, and I think you were pushing for C, and I was like, "Well, I think that she could work against Shrek. I think I can make her work. I could fix her." And then I literally tried it the next day, and I couldn't fix her.
It wasn't even close. Yeah, you think
She was. It wasn't even like, yeah, she was getting blown off the map by Shrek.
Oh, I
And
remember that moment. It was the gif with the monkey that flips his laptop computer. You were like, "I'll fix her," and then you posted that gif with the monkey like getting pissed off. Fuck this. Yeah.
yeah, no chance, no chance. And I mean, she had kind of the unique niche of like the AP deprivation. Like she had the frostbite, she had like her gloves that could reduce the AP. And I always had like a little bit of copium for that because at the time she was released, the meta was more physical. Like there wasn't a lot of magic at that point. And so I feel like there was a small time frame for where maybe you could have leaned into that and done something, but at this point there's so many mages and it's so much of a hybrid meta that there's just no copium at all for that anymore.
Not at all. Not at all. But that brings us to our number 2 unit who flopped, and that is Fang, which many of you guessed and agreed with. This was a unit who might be among the highest copium units of the year, where we were looking for a lightning spear unit for a little while. She seemingly had some similarities to A2 with the long range barrier break in what she offered, but while we love her TMR, and it is an exceptionally strong TMR in the current day, this unit completely underwhelmed in every sense of the word. The damage was never there. The survivability was never there. The utility was never there. I made her work occasionally in arena and free match with some mono lightning teams with like Alphonse Elric using the strike and Elia, the strike and spear overlap, which was pretty strong. But even then, that's so unbalanced and one dimensional that, yeah, this unit is absolutely a big flop in the air. And we reincarnated her pretty heavily because the 13 rerun, we weren't reincarnating Snow or Lightning or Hope. That wasn't our wheelhouse. We put all the Mind Spheres into Fang. So mine is sitting at 60 reincarnations, and even with that, still wasn't compelling.
In retrospect, I wish I put him into Lightning
Me
because I
too.
think that she was a much more compelling counter against Joom, like later on with the missile damage from long range.
Yep.
Um, when this unit came out, like the meta landscape was that Black Mage was one of the top dogs, and 2P had like just recently been released or was about to be released or something like that. So in both cases, she was just completely outmatched, and I think a lot of people, skipped because of that. And frankly, I feel like a lot of people were sick of being sold on Pierce at that point, and for it being, you know, waiting for the Pierce meta to happen that just never came. And I remember having some of those feelings myself. There was like, I spent all this money on Dialdo and Eld and all these vision cards that they released, and where is my spear meta? Like it just didn't show up. So that was part of it.
You can, as fans, imagine our excitement when Ramada came out, and we finally had some decently
A good lightning spear unit.
right. I even tried Ramada with Fang, and no bueno, not happening. But the number one unit who flopped on in 2024 was Oberyn, who I did not see in the chat. Oberyn the Auspicious is an absolutely enormous flop on the year. He came.
We didn't see him in game either, so
Didn't
I
see
think
him anywhere.
that's why they didn't say it.
You guys forgot about this unit. He came at the tail end of the Helena Vivi meta, who was kind of both a blend of anti-slash and anti-magic on paper. Seemingly the right element to go against A2 and relatively neutral to Vivi and Helena. As a Katana unit, obviously part of a very strong cast of characters of that job-based vision card group. And then even when Sephiroth came, we were so hopeful that we were like, oh my god, Oberyn finally has a strong teammate to put next to him, and Sephiroth could not save this unit. You couldn't play him in any capacity. Absolutely the biggest flop on the year.
I remember when he came out too, like I think that we knew that Daria was coming like a few weeks later or
Right.
like a month later. And we're like, this is like the perfect combo. We got fire, we got winds. Like A2 is such a problem right now, and Oberon can be a good bouncer for Dario to kind of help protect that. And he just couldn't do any of it. Like there was some small like copium like during the Black Mage meta, like we came up with a couple of teams where he did a little bit there, but it was never really all that compelling. um and obviously with him being a limited unit, like reincarnating him is a tall task as well. So yeah, he just really never lived up to really any promise at all, and it was kind of another you know uh another kind of flop, when it comes to these New Year's units or Lunar New Year's units,
Right.
because Resnick, I think, was one of our big flops last
Last year, it
year.
absolutely
She m-
was.
she may have been our yeah, Resnick the floppy. She was our number one last year.
She was. She was. So
So, oh my god.
avoid these units. These are cash grabs. But our dishonorable mentions, this is a fun category. We did notice that the Ashen Warriors were pretty common here, and a lot of that was due to the power creep, that they came in right before it happened. So they were really digging out of a hole from the beginning. But I also did notice that 3 out of the 4 are also 70 cost units. So it's part of the reason why they didn't make the top 5 for me personally. The expectations just aren't as high for a 70 cost unit. That being said, we've seen some 70 cost units be absolutely incredible. And these were ones that came out and seemingly looked really good, and then did just either nothing or less than nothing. Dario being the exception. Fortunately, he has seen a resurgence with this magic meta, not only for Sottily, but just general magic. Gilgamesh subsiding a little bit. Obviously, Dario's got a little more versatility in who he can match up against. But when Dario came out, that was absolutely a flop, because he was the Helena Vivi meta was already dead by the time he came out, and then Fire meta for Curse killed him because his survivability and his hate generation in the fight is a buff, which gets dispelled. In addition to Gilgamesh, who bypasses his aura of the magic reduction.
Everybody in the chat needs to calm down. Like, obviously, Howl was on the forefront of using Dario. You can go back and look at the logs.
Yeah,
we know that we're very well aware of top units for right now.
Right.
But
I think back to March.
He would have been number one on this list if he didn't come back. Though.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's so important. It's not about a reflection of unit quality or even like on the year per se of like their utilization, but upon release to like where expectations were and what they were projected to do to what they actually did. Dario absolutely flopped, and thank goodness he was on the reincarnation banner, and thank goodness we have the Sottily meta that he saw resurgence. This kind of reminds me of like Summer Glassy coming in, how she saved Howlett and Reagan for a little period of time. You see this occasionally where the meta shifts and all the stars align, but upon release, this guy had no business playing anywhere.
We continually there was episode after episode we talked about like when Dario can't be used because of X or Y or Z, and it really wasn't until more recently that that he has been a really basically since Shrek came out that he's been a much more compelling play.
Definitely. I knew that was going to generate some responses, but I think for how we defined this slide, I have 100% confidence that he should be on here. He absolutely flopped, and people are having some recency bias of how good he is, which again, this is not a reflection of unit quality. This is a reflection of like where they came out as a.
Did they make a splash when they came out, or in the months to follow?
Yeah. Yep.
I wanted to say one thing like about obviously a lot of these units are Ashen Warriors or kind of did come out in that time frame basically right before the stat power jump, and I think that is a big factor too, like on the longevity and kind of the extended play of some of these units, and why like in retrospect maybe they feel even worse than they probably should have been, because they had kind of a double whammy of not only were they maybe not like a home run on their release, but then, they had that added factor of being behind, statistically as well.
Yep. No, absolutely. But that brings us to our next segment, the best unit upgrades. And we are at a little over 2 hours now. I don't think we have a ton left in this presentation, but I think we'll keep going at a brisk pace for you. Thank you guys for sticking around on this Sunday night with us so far. But kicking things off here for the top 5 best unit upgrades, obviously throw your guesses in chat who you think number 1 is. But Alaya was our number 5 for best unit upgrades on the year. And she had a double whammy of both a great MA2 and a great limit break upgrade, where MA2 gave her the HP absorb when she falls below half health, and because of how much damage she does with the select three.
That's her MA3.
MA3, I'm sorry. Thank you.
You did get the MA2 as well.
Which I technically included this. I did in my head put the MA3, but yes, even the MA2, the AoE res. But this to me, yeah, the unit res pen of 30. If this wasn't here, this wouldn't be as compelling as a top 5 pick for me. This to me, these bottom two like are banger relevant stats for survivability, but the limit break was really probably one of the better limit breaks we saw in the year, where this was the removal of buff, or the ceiling of buff removal for enemies, and that's exceptionally strong, as we've seen with Exia and with Shreka. And this too, the Imperil is still very strong, cheaper AP wise, a lot of good things,
especially with how good her party buff is to this day. Like, I think it gives like 30 area resistance. That's huge amount. So pretty solid.
Absolutely very solid. And yeah, not much more to say than that, other than she's still the de facto fist unit in my opinion. That's the best of the strike units to me, because of these upgrades.
I would agree with that.
At number 4 for the best unit upgrades is Ramza. Now this is very much carried by his self buff, or I'm sorry, his teammate buff, that is that large diamond. And we even made this a hot take on one of the nights of the podcast, where we asked the question, is this the best buff in the game? because it certainly seems very compelling that you're getting a whopping 60% of these major stats of attack, magic for 4 turns, the extended duration, the defense, the protect for everybody, but the CT, this is like a mass keen blade in effect for when they fall below 60% HP, that they all of a sudden all regenerate 300 CT. You also get 20 AP, which is great in the middle of a battle if you need a little bit of juice. And then for himself, the crit evade, the defense pen, the spirit pen. This is an insane buff on the large diamond that it is.
I just want to point out too, like a lot of people like kind of look at that bravery 20% and think that that is worthless because obviously everybody puts their units at 97. So how valuable really is 3 bravery in the game? I've actually have done some calculations on that in the past, and it's more than you would think actually from a damage perspective. I think it's roughly equivalent to about like a 15 to 20% attack buff, just getting 3 bravery there, going from 97 to 100. Because I had done some comparisons between like either using the Sword of Leger buff, which is a 20% attack, versus using the hero ring for the 3 additional bravery you could get, and it was actually pretty close in terms of the performance. So,
can I make it even easier for people to remember?
yeah.
20 bravery, when you go from 97 to 100, that is a 3% damage increase. Whatever damage you were gonna do, it's 3% higher. The way the modifier works at the end of the equation, where you look at your bravery for that like 1.47, because typically you take your bravery plus 50. That's the part of the equation. So instead of 97 plus 50, you do 100 plus 50. And the way the multiplication works is that whatever damage you were doing, you now do it times 1.5 instead of 1.47. Long story short, it's 3% damage increase for everybody. So maybe big, maybe small, probably pretty small, but like that's not nothing.
Yeah, it's not nothing.
Yeah, but no doubt, our number 4 best unit upgrades. The rest of the upgrades were fine, but that buff really carried him. The number 3 was Summer Glassy, who did get some exceptional upgrades that gave her a much longer shelf life through much of the meta, where one of her deficiencies was her magic counterplay. This isn't enormous, but the 20% magic reduction helps a lot. The extra 10 unit res, certainly helpful for a lot of, like I said, the cloud limit break. That's a triple hit or quadruple, a triple hit, single target limit break. Now all of a sudden that's 10% less damage that she takes. But the limit break upgrade is absolutely incredible, that it is a guaranteed hit for 3 turns after this lands, and then also is another 20% reduced magic damage and the regen, all for cheaper. That was one of the spots that she was showing her age. Her accuracy wasn't all that great, so you'd get her into a spot where she would just be spamming her sure thing ability, which is not how she tanks. It's not how she survives. It's not how she does any of her teammate utility. The fact that this limit break now activates all abilities to guaranteed hit allowed her to continue doing her job of the select 2 to reduce the enemy defense pen, and increase defense for self, and remove enemy re-raise, which is a huge piece of utility. So we were flabbergasted by this. This was because she was so good already for us. We had low expectations. We kind of figured she'd get the Howlet treatment, where like maybe they do something small just because this, they didn't want to overtune her, but they freaking nailed it.
Yeah, we were already using her like to deal with Sephiroth and kind of blunt, what he was doing in the game. So her getting these upgrades kind of at a timely moment when, he was everywhere, absolutely like propelled her like to be the meta tank there for a couple of months. Basically, I think until September when Shrek came out,
right.
She was
the magic meta really killed her.
Yeah. So I mean, the guaranteed hit was massive because Sephiroth was already being played semi-evasive, and we really needed to have Glassy be able to hit to proc Gilgamesh's follow-up and kind of keep the damage pressure going. And she getting that upgrade helped her to do that in a big way.
Definitely did. Now our number 2 best unit upgrade was TG Sid, and fun little story. You initially made this top 5 list. I'll I'll let you tell your side of the story here. You made this top five
Yeah.
list, and what happened?
Yeah, so part of my process for like going, I look at the previous year's slate of units, 2023, and I go through methodically. I look at the MA2s, I look at the limit burst upgrades, and I kind of jot down as I'm going through them who I think were the best ones. Um, and because of that, because I was only tunnel visioned on 2023, I actually wasn't. I completely forgot about the Final Fantasy Tactics units at all. So I actually had a completely different list here until Will was like, he was like, "Oh, where's Agrius?" Or I forget exactly what you said, and I was like, I had that like light bulb moment. I was like, "Oh my god, I completely forgot them when when I was making this because I was so tunnel visioned on last year."
Yeah, but no, definitively, TG Sid got some jaw-dropping upgrades. It's literally all the new gen tech for offensive utility in terms of penetrations, but even the self side of things on his self buff. Sure, his AI isn't perfect because he is limited for the number of buffs. Yes, he does not have an innate T-bait buff, so from an X's and O's perspective, there's some kinks to work out, but they made some enormous upgrades here on the passives with the 20% AoE wide res. They resolved some of the problems with the slash res pen innately. They also upgraded just the self buff here. All these nullifications, and we talk about curse. This was a welcome change for a lot of people to nullify curse on buff, in addition to immobilize and sleep, which were still prevalent on a lot of characters. You got the 50% damage absorb, which again, for these characters that do nuking levels of damage, like Alaya, like Sephiroth, that damage absorbed is pretty noteworthy. And TG Sid absolutely falls into that with the additional underrated utility of the null CT up for 3 turns. This was our hot take last week that you brought up. There is not enough counterplay in the game to nullify the effects of CT up and how dramatic of an effect that has on turn order in the battle. He, on his main 120, not only has the barrier break, the dispel courage, the slash imperil, null CT up. The limit break upgrade was just enormous. You still have another physical barrier break here. You have the dispel of AoE wide res. You still have the haste, but you got debuff for it. This was up and down Grand Slam.
As we're looking at this again here, like I know what all of them are, and I'm still surprised at how good they are just looking at them again. Like
It's insane.
it's insane. Like if he had like as good stats as the next gen units, he would be one of the best units in the game right now. And even without the stats, he's still in the conversation as one of the best lightning units on the roster. The amount of utility that is here, I actually like him having just a single buff. I don't really think it's that bad because there's so many good TMRs now
Right.
that he's has that versatility that he can be like he can give your team one of those TMRs, or you can just send them on a flank route and then just have them walk forward, which can be pretty nice for some strategies. So um, a lot of people are still using him, and rightly so. Like very very competitive unit.
This still stuck out to me that he has 3 different kinds of imperils. Not only does he have the 38% lightning imperil, he's got a 60% unit crush and a 30% slash imperil. That is kind of unheard of to have 3 major kind of imperils like this to
He
just.
has a defense break too.
Oh, he does. You're right. Or, on the lower ability here, the 25% defense break. Absolutely awesome. Yeah. Which brings us to our number one, which I think we might have teased or people have guessed. If you follow Howl at all, it's not a surprise. It would be Agrius. Definitely our number one. While TG Sid's upgrades were amazing, Agrius has some pretty exceptional upgrades that really also jettison her to the top of meta potential. A lot of it had to do with innate curse resistance of what they did, where they gave her the 50% innate. She's so dependent upon her regen and heal back that if she didn't have this, Sephiroth would make her non-existent, just non-exist, play alone. But the increased healing power obviously amplifies that too. The debuff weakening helps her tanking ability for the imperils that she takes. But the upgrade they gave to the passives here are absolutely insane. For the honeycomb, the increased stop percentage, which if you look at her kit, there are just like status elements everywhere. You have disable, you have silence, you have the increased chance to stop. on her limit break is both confusion and poison. I mean, you also have all these other kinds of like dispels, the reduced counter chance of 100%. Now, while this is still kind of limited for range, but not even talking about the effect of the aura, which I know I'm probably stealing all your talking points at this point. Like, the aura effect is so damn good because this is one of the first that also applies to self. All these other prior aura effects of Dario, Summer Glassy, Aldoa were to allies, not to self. But for her, she also gets a permanent shell. She also gets a permanent 100% all element res. So for the Sephiroth limit break, the Jum limit break, the Garusa limit break, you get none of that in peril. Against Sid, none of that in peril. Stun, which is about to be really popular with Venera in a couple weeks. To me, when I saw this, I thought Duran, because Duran has stun on his limit break, so I thought like
Yeah.
Ice Wind. But might have some secondary effects for people against Venera, where you can nullify stun. Like it goes on and on, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why everybody is running stop resist, is running disable resist. You know, everybody's running the marshmallow accessories. It's because if you don't, this unit will absolutely slaughter you, right? 40% chance to stop at 97 faith, and she's spamming that ability. You're gonna get stops, or
Yep.
chances are higher than most. So,
Right.
um, we and Howell have obviously been using her quite often. Actually, we came out of a limited, and we had the idea that we were gonna have a wall of Agriuses, and we did that for a few weeks. And I'm sure that was fun for our opponents.
Actually, could I could
But
I could I give some Guild War history now that I'm
yeah,
about to be 7 shots in? The last limited Guild War, we were fortunate enough. We really came together. Howell always really shows up for the limited Guild War stuff on a day to day basis. We don't have the engagement to really like meta tune and mock for hours. But when it comes to limited stuff, we can put the foot on the pedal for 2 weeks or a week. We got that capability. We had Chocoboss, who was the number 2 guild in all of Global in our bracket. And we beat them the first time using an Agrius wall where they came out really strong with Shreka. And we had 30 Howl members, and we told all our members, guys, like, put the reincarnations into her. They all did. We ran a very effective Agrius wall on that day one. Absolutely, like, called it of the Shreka matchup. And then 5 days later, because of the 5th anniversary select banner pulls, we were able to get our players to pull for Sottily, who would not have had that opportunity without the 5th anniversary. So again, claps for that. And we ran a wall where we kind of counter predicted the fact that we thought they were going to run a lot of lightning based on what cleared us the first time. And we ran an Agrius with Sottily wall with the Lightning and Earth matchup that Dark Titan and all those others bring. So Sottily had a field day with all the Lightning units. And so Agrius was like a core component of that really I think is a lasting memory for me in terms of like achievements that we beat Chocoboss again and took number 1 in that limited Guild War.
yeah, we had so much fun doing that we were like, we're just gonna do an Agrius wall when we come out of limited here, and we did that for a few weeks and actually had some success with it. It was, you know, obviously when people wised up to it, they were counter building against it, but yeah, we still have some Agrius teams that are actually doing very, very well even right now. So she absolutely has, I think, proven her spot on that list.
No doubt about that. But we're going to continue on here. The honorable mentions for this, for best unit upgrades, again, quickly. Shells is one of them. For a 70 cost unit, she got the Courage Seal capability on teammates. That's immense. Most 70 cost units don't get seal capabilities. Halloween Alaya was one of the first that we noticed that. Most lower costs don't. Regular Dark Raft did get some immense upgrades. It didn't stop her fall off, which we observed earlier, but incredible upgrades. And same did Winter Raft as of late. This new MA2, MA3 limit break. Winter Raft is in a very compelling spot. And the same for Soul, who we are including his limit break in here a little bit for the grade, but Soul got some really great upgrades too that all honorable mentions too.
Yeah, just kind of touching on Winter Raft real quick. So she got the you called it the triple play, the MA2, the MA3, and the LB upgrade all came last week. If it wasn't for Sottily, like, I feel like she would be pretty compelling. Like, she's got the high chance to slow, high chance to confuse now. Very, very strong with the actually she got CT nullification, I believe, as well on the limit
Yes.
burst. So very nice like anti-Exia play. Um, but yeah, I've actually mixed her with Perrrene a little bit, and it was a pretty nice anti-magic team.
Absolutely was. It definitely was. But we'll keep going here. We're getting at 2.5 hours. We'll keep your Sunday nights in the back of our mind. But there's a lot of stuff to still cover. That's a lot of, I don't know, fun. But
We'll
the
bang through
top,
these a little quicker since these
yeah,
are just cards and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. The vision cards are less to analyze. The top five most impactful vision cards. Obviously, guys, throw out your guesses in chat. What our most impactful vision card was. Advent Children for Cloud absolutely was one. This definitely bolstered that Great Sword meta with the unit res, but more than anything, too, the attack percent buff, where this was one of the first few times I remember looking at teams and seeing units at the 2100 or 2200 attack stat that I really went like, oh my god, we're in the power creep stage. Like this is unreal. And this was absolutely a great vision card for that, no doubt.
And I think that this one had global a global buff for Cloud where he got like another 20% slash res pen.
Yes,
Kind of allowed him to get like pretty easily get to like 100 slash res pen. So um, got the agility on the base stat. Further links them into the warrior class, which was a pretty nice connection for greatsword that they continue to build on. So yeah, I think this is going to be like a core card for that combo, like for the foreseeable future.
absolutely is. Our number four most impactful vision card was the Exia vision card. And this is one of the best vision cards I can remember them doing in a while. The amount of penetration on this card, this group really needed, in particular because the only form of real consistent penetration before this was the Roy Mustang card, which most people passed on just because it was too expensive and too niche and too whatever. But the fact that you get 18% agility, 28% magic res pen, and then the 25% HP, that's a noteworthy bump in HP in a main slot vision card. That this, for its job combinations of Staff Devout and Great Sword, as we just mentioned, but even Glove, where obviously Sottily and all these other Glove units kind of rising tides get that magic res pen also. This absolutely was necessary because that was one of the main forms of power creep I observed through the first half of the year with Helena, was that magic resistance levels on average were skewing 40 to 60%. And a lot of that was due to Helena's Imperil on Limit Break, that she would do the minus 38% magic resistance. So I think the game over time, through that Helena meta, got to naturally higher levels of magic resistance that Limit Break wouldn't nuke you for the same amount of damage. But by doing so, you've forever hurt all other magic units that they needed this amount of penetration to like adjust for the new levels, and this card did it for me.
When once we got this card, this is when we were seeing Sottily like really start to cook because it,
Right.
it took him to another level where he was really good before that, but then it was just like this guy is the meta now. Like he is really dominant. And there's a couple reasons. There's not only is it like the enhanced 18% agility, that's the best you can have. Um, but we talk about how we like the HP stat, but it's always traditionally been difficult to bring into the primary slot. Like it's usually something we can just have in the secondary. And one of the reasons why this devout glove team is so strong is that you have the primary 25% HP and they can bring in the secondary now. So they essentially get 48 40 to 48% HP across the slots, really bringing them into the next tier of like HP and sustain that they have naturally. So we're seeing the effects of like that bestowed 15 accuracy now as well, hugely valuable against these not only semi evasion, but now we're going into a full blown evasion. So yeah, this is when we look at most impactful cards of the year. These are the cards that have really driven metas, and this is definitely one of them.
But not every card does drive metas. Usually the characters themselves are enough to sustain a meta, but sometimes a vision card will absolutely enable them. And I think it's clear as day with these. We're only at number four. Number three is the Orochi vision card. This was an excellent Esper that came out, and this vision card as well was great for the magic percent, the unit res. To me, this was more about the classes on the cards, where you look at Book and Sword Red Mage and Staff Black Mage, that all three of those classes, and Bow, when you think of White Lotus Fina, all of them together benefit from a whopping 50% magic, which I'm reminded of the VV Vision card. This was a similar main stat that helped, and the Cloud Vision card, 60% attack. That's one of those primary stats where it puts them to a new level on their primary stat. Not even talking about the unit res, the extra stats of the 2 agility here, the 5% agility bestowed, the Guild War effect of 9 healing power, and what that does for overall like levels of healing in the game. This was absolutely an awesome vision card that bridged the gap between so many meta classes.
And I think it's like it's foundation for one of the popular teams that we're seeing in the top 10 right now, which is Shrek with Gilgamesh. Allowing them both to not only get the 24% unit resistance, which is hugely valuable, but the big magic steroid that they can both take advantage of.
Definitely so.
Not to mention the Esper that comes along with it. So
Yeah, we're not done with that. That Esper, yeah, keep that Esper on the tip of your tongues, you guys. The number 2 most impactful vision card for us was Chariot for kind of similar reasons. It is another, to your point, large magic stat oriented vision card. Where are you? There you are. But again, similar class wise, Katana, Sword Red Mage, Bow, but this is also an 18% agility, the highest you can get. The 20 crit damage was a big part of that meta with the follow-up damage too, for like kind of min-maxing just those little extra bits of power creep that you don't notice but kind of add up over time. But the stats on here too, the Human Killer bestowed also helps that follow-up attack where we talk about the modifiers that go into it. The 2 agility. This was absolutely a card that enabled Sword, Red Mage, and Katana. I don't think it was a consideration till before this really came out. We kind of theory crafted the 2 of them, but this card really gave Gilgamesh some legs, and Sephiroth didn't need much. Give him some agility, and he's fine. Like, that's all he really needed.
Yeah, I mean this was actually the first agility card for Red Mage. We had
Yes.
that was like the so it was notable just for that reason, but then it completely propelled that meta over the summer of Red Mage Katana, which continues to be, actually a very strong link that they have till this day. So I mean, I still use this card all the time, and once again, did come with an amazing Esper as well with the Chariot Esper. So
Yeah.
yeah, great
Definitely
card.
so. I see some good guesses in the chat of what number 1 is.
I have actually seen a couple people calling it out too.
I have. The number 1 for us was Summer Getaway. Now, admittedly, some of the ones you've called out are in our honorable mentions we'll talk about soon. But Summer Getaway is absolutely being carried by the fact of its ability. This ability is borderline broken for how good it is, that it is a AoE heal that not only gives you 25% AoE res, do I have filters? Oh, there we go. Filters. Not only gives you 25 AoE res, but the most broken, almost uncounterplayable part of it, the 150 CT. This is an absolute game changer in fights, and you can use this not only in the main slot, but the sub slot. She will still have access to this ability. This ability will single-handedly swing your entire match and completely change the turn order in that second turn of attacks where people start to lap each other, whether you're hasted or not, whether you're trying to reduce the amount of chain damage you're taking. All of those effects, this one single cast will completely change your entire goddamn fight. Not even talking about the stats of the 18% agility and the magic resistance and just the breadth of classes where it's Katana and Staff Black Mage and Book and Sword Knight. Primo. This is the best vision card of the year.
I know we kind of like wrote on it a little bit for like the weak bestowed that it has here, but the vision ability like turned out being so good that it doesn't even matter at this point. One thing that I like about this is that any class that has the book as a job or as a sub job is able to use that ability.
Yes.
So that includes Dario actually, and obviously he's a Katana unit. He can take advantage of this card, and he can use the ability. Which, if you don't have a healer in the party and it's fight 2 comes around, he's low on health. He can use that to heal himself and the team. and I've used that on a few occasions. So
I wish I remembered who told me this. Volk is the same. Also has a
okay, can do
Grimoire
it.
Keeper.
Yeah,
Same idea. You would build Volk intentionally not accurate so that mid fight he would do that large diamond heal to get the CT up. Wonderful. Again, the
yeah,
ramifications of this are large. It's not just Summer Resnick. There's applications that are being used in a variety of other spots.
yeah. Amazing card.
But our honorable mentions, some of you called out. And so a couple of them, the Lucio Vision card with the slash attack and slash res pen, that's a major offensive power creep. The
And
A2
unit resistance.
in the unit, I'm sorry, the unit resistance. At this point, I almost think of unit resistance as like too commonplace, but the combination of both the modifier and the pen, I remember being like, for that class, really
Yeah,
jacked up. The A2 vision card almost single-handedly drove an entire meta. The Pierce resistance on it, the AoE res, the jobs that combined. The Garuda vision card, I saw a lot of you call that out. Honestly, a top 5 candidate. The luck percent and the wide res, and I think that card is probably more carried by its units than its effects. The effects, while super, 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 super powerful, maybe not as meta-defining as some of these others, but Garuda vision card is in the conversation. Dark Titan, too. Oh, go ahead. Let's see. Talk about Garuda.
I was just gonna say I think that like if I'm looking at five, like either like great sword meta or like the black mage katana meta, for me the most important card of black mage katana was summer getaway. Like Garuda is nice to have on that team, but it's not like the defining card of that team in my opinion.
I completely agree. Right. It's not a reflection of the quality of the card, but how, how much of a fulcrum it is in making that team as strong as it is.
Yeah.
Dark Titan, absolutely a candidate. Again, we talk about main slot HP percent, really valuable ice and earth combination. The Unires, obviously, and the bestowed effects for earth are certainly very nice. The Esper included. Not really part of our analysis, but that's a nice benefit. And honestly, I love this Tifa Vision card. I think this Tifa Vision card, this is still on my top list of like must pulls of what I've seen in the last year. This card is so damn good. Lower agility, but 42% luck, 20 magic res, 15% accuracy in Guild War. The bestowed effects and whatnot are certainly kind of whatever, but it's fist, greatsword, and staff black mage. Like this is literally like down the middle, like almost 4 stats that you want in the primary slot. I see this being meta proof in that no matter what the meta is, these stats are going to be valuable.
Yeah, I mean, and great sword, fist, and black mage has some great groups that are associated with it. So there's been some development here at the end of the year for great sword, a little bit with fist. We'll see if that kind of continues, but yeah, I think this was definitely one of the better ones this year.
Agreed. But we're getting a little bit closer to the end here, but we had a couple more top fives or top threes in this instance. We did trim this one down. It was top 5 last year, but we did not get that many Espers this year, and so we tried to constrain this one. A couple of you have already started to guess what the top most impactful Espers are, but please feel free to throw out your guesses and chat what the number 1 is. But our number 3, to me, was a little bit of a surprise, but I thought about it, and I thought it made sense because I actually have used it more than I thought I was gonna. And when I go back and look at my reviews of this, I think I slept on it ever so slightly. And number 3 is Voldisk. The big thing about this Esper is the magic damage reduction node. This, like many new Espers, has a unique effect in the bottom right of what it gives you, and this is the 10% reduction of magical damage taken. On the way, you get the 35% reaction block rate, which to us is kind of like a new gen stat given what we've seen in the creep of there. In addition to that, just from a meta perspective, the magic resistance here certainly feeds into the reduction of magical damage. That you combine both of them, you not only get a 15% reduction, but the 10% total, which did help a lot in the follow-up damage meta too, where that 10% magic damage reduction applies to follow-up damage and applies to Gilgamesh attacks in general. But just in addition to that, too, you also had the versatility of going for the Earth Res to make it positive. If you were using this on a lightning unit like Ramada, who we were for quite some time, you just get straight modifiers. You could go for attack percent. We're in a Exia or Jew meta. You go for the Water Killer. You already have an innate 10% water resistance. You could theoretically go for the crit damage, slash attack, depending upon the unit. There's so many ways to build it, but it was used more than I thought.
I was just going to say that, like, if you're trying to counter a Sodali Exia team, this is actually one of the best options to tank against it, because you have the 5% earth resistance that you can get on the board, 10% water resistance it has innately, and the 10% damage reduction and the magic resistance that you can build all in the same build. So if you guys have Agrius and you're trying to use her against that team, throw this on, throw this on, or if you have a great sword unit, throw this on them. Either way, so
Yeah,
pretty solid choice.
this is to me my best in slot Esper for my lightning units. And when I build this, I'll typically go the lightning attack route instead, and just go off that, because a lot of times Odin, Bahamut, all of them are known for their modifiers, and if you don't go this route, you lose a little bit of that offensive upside. It becomes more of a defensive Esper at that point. But on lightning units, you still retain some of that balance.
Yep.
But our second most is Garuda. So to your point of the vision card, this Esper is rather magnificent. The unit, oh my god, wrong tab. One of the benefits was the unit res pen. We obviously saw big upsides for numerous units that did not get this upgrade. Soul was one of them that came to mind that when we talked about unit res pen. But just in addition to this, the wind attack obviously is a general modifier, but the human killer has applications magic attack. This, like the other espers, can bring your weakness to the counter element at least positive to reduce the amplification of that damage type. But here, for someone like Shrek, the crit damage, the accuracy, this was number two, one of the better espers still.
This one does have the stop resistance on there as well. So
Thank
if you're worried about Shrek or whoever being stopped by Agrius, you can combo this with a trust stone and basically null that out.
Absolutely. And our number one esper, Orochi. This is
Surprise.
not surprising. The best thing about this esper, off the top of my head, was the curse resistance. This was one of the more consistent forms of universal counterplay to curse, where you didn't rely on Summer Resnick or a character having an innate resistance. This was the first piece of real equipment where you could throw on your party to get some of the extra. While it's not perfect, 50% with the Truststone passive is better than 25%. That being said, the tree itself is still pretty awesome. It gives you the magic res pen, which again was one of those gated forms of power creep. We've seen defense pen, we've seen all these other unique nodes, but magic res pen was really welcome. And again, I kind of thought of soul, and I honestly, Crimson Wizard is, I think, the best in slot unit for this. But the magic res pen, this is the third esper for the decrease of attack skill time too. Without this, you've been confined to Siren and the light Carbuncle. No, Valefor, the light esper. This is finally the third. In addition to that, you get the 4 agility points here, which makes this among one of the faster espers. You also have the magic resistance, or you could go for the fire attack depending on the unit. The healing power is certainly great for these supports or for these tanks that have these healbacks. This is one of the more universal espers at this time because of the healing power, the agility, the magic res, all these things.
And I mean, at least according to Wotive Calc here, the skill activation reduction is 250, which we hadn't seen 250 in the past.
Nope.
Siren and Valefor both a 20% or 200 reduction in skill activation. So that's super nice. I think, this is, you already mentioned the agility, getting up to 20 agility. So that ties the fastest in the game. The magic res pen, it's a unique, we haven't seen that before. So so long we had waited for the ideal fire esper to come in the game, and they hit the home run with this one. This has everything that you could need for a fire magic unit.
Most definitely. But that's our top three Espers. When we think of the Espers on the year, there realistically like weren't that many. There were really only five or six. So a top five list is uh,
Yeah,
not
I
the
mean they're all good in
they're
their
all
own.
good.
Like Chariot, Dark Titan, Cactuar, they're pretty good too. But figure we're not going to name all of them in a top top five. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, when everybody is special, nobody's special, right? That's not the saying.
Exactly.
Yeah. But keep going along here. The top five most impactful units. Now, this is really where we get into like the real day to day impact results. Nothing theoretical here. Everything we say, everyone here should be like in 100% agreement with, because I think we all universally felt much of this. Of our top five most impactful units within the last year, and number five is Shreka. Where do you start? I'll let you kick it off because I've been talking a lot.
I just want to like when this is not best units. I think that some people kind of look at this category and say, okay, Shrek was not the fifth best unit this year. We're talking about like just impact on the game, impact on the meta, um, basically factoring all those things in, not just like the quality of the unit. So that is always need to kind of preamble this category with that because some people kind of take it the wrong way. But yeah, Shrek, she came out in September, I want to say, and immediately was a top unit to use. Very probably the best magic nuker we've seen in the game this year. Huge damage amplified by Garuda with the additional unit res penetration. Very hard to stop her damage. And she single-handedly brought Dario back into the or brought Dario into the game for the first time. Not only because he's a good teammate, but also the best way to kind of stifle her damage. So incredibly powerful unit.
Right. The Dispel Seal still sticks out for me as one of the first units
Yeah.
that could bring that in. But one of the defining features of this unit that I think is slightly underrated too is that her follow up is self contained on a buff. There's a couple different kinds of follow up attacks. One of them is like Gilgamesh, where you're in a certain kind of aura, and anyone that attacks, you then follow up, which is valuable. You then have these personal follow ups, but most of them have historically been tied to limit breaks. Sottily has a follow up on limit break. Ashen King, original Astrius, Water Astrius, Noctis. A lot of the lightning from 13. Lightning on 13. A lot of
No,
the.
not Noctis and Lightning were also self buffs.
Okay, there goes my argument. Thank you guys for coming to my TED Talk. I'll see you guys later. No, but this to me, I guess in a new age, stood out. That most of the follow-up attacks I saw recently were on a limit break or a one-time use. This one, though, had some more consistency of application within the fight. This, to me, was a bigger threat in certain times than the Gilgamesh one, because you could time this one more consistently with like her own damage for like what her max damage in a turn was, whereas the Gilgamesh one was more like turn order related, like does your teammate go and then he follows up. But yeah, absolutely astounding unit. Low key, you've already covered all the bases of her attributes. Speaking of her as a character in particular, this TMR actually was better than I thought it was going to be. We saw a lot of like shell dispel and general dispel, so I'd never really thought that highly of this, but this actually has been used in a variety of top end builds. But one thing I actually genuinely appreciate,
It's actually funny that this is one of the best TMRs to use against herself.
yeah, right, because she can't
So
dispel shell, yeah, and the unit res
yeah.
for her follow up attack. One thing that I like about this unit that I always kind of had a small problem with the game overall is that their character strength has never exactly matched their lore strength. And I noticed this really early on in the game where you had some of these lore characters that were like kings and generals, but you'd have like, they'd be like shitty 70 cost units, really bad 100 cost units. They've gotten better slash worse as of late. Some of the 100 cost units still don't reflect their power level, in my opinion. But I really love the fact that they introduced a new big bad in the MSQ, the main storyline quest, and they made her appropriately strong. I feel like oftentimes when it comes to like appreciating the lore, and Garusa, kind of similar. I know it's controversial in chat, but a lot of times these characters don't reflect their actual power level, and so like from a character collector point of view and like how much you vibe with the character, it doesn't always align. I feel like they did Shreka right by making her as good as she did, considering she's like the big bad of what we know currently in the storyline.
I think so. I mean, we had that kind of there was a big lore drop there with the side story there with Jaden and this character and
Right.
um yeah, that was like a really big moment in kind of that story a few months ago. But yeah, I mean, you can't say enough good things. You know, her limit burst also super powerful with the honeycomb, the magical honeycomb dispel. That was the first time we'd seen that capability in the
Yes.
game. So
Definitely true. We'll keep things moving here. The number four most impactful unit was Gilgamesh in that same breath. This was our fan vote winner, which was kind of surprising at the time. I didn't think people were voting. I didn't hear any chatter on the Discords from a popularity perspective, but this unit is so amazing. He's got so many great penetrations, so much teammate versatility, even with his self buff, with his follow up attack that he does for teammates, the frostbite capability with the utility there. Very guaranteed hit reliant, which for most of this pseudo evade meta over the summer was really valuable. Less valuable now with the nullify sure hit, but for the last 6 months, that guaranteed hit really was an advantage
with how
from a
powerful they are,
without power.
especially with
Right.
damage cap a lot of people.
Right. You could throw a Genji glove on him, not an Alex ring, knowing that you didn't need an Alex ring. He just guaranteed to hit you. So absolutely number four, no doubt.
Plus, like the his follow-ups being like teammate triggered, you know, he you could just build him purely for that damage as well, and rely on the teammates' accuracy because you know that's it, the follow-up checks is based on theirs. So I mean, he had the big cleave with the 60% AoE shred, you know, the big physical barrier and the physical damage reduction. So it kind of allowed him to stand up to Sephiroth when, you know, by all means he, you know, is an ice unit going into fire. So yeah, he had big effects on the meta this year. He continues to.
That was really eye opening. The fact that we saw Sephiroth do well against Joom and that we saw Gilgamesh do well against Sephiroth, that was new, I think, in the history of War Divisions, where
Yeah.
we never saw weak elements buck that trend. Normally, weak elements upon release were like dead in the water. This is the first time they weren't. So that's noteworthy for me.
I think if you go to Wotive stats and you look at like who's the top played unit across all spectrums of the game, I think Gilgamesh is number one right now.
I believe it. I believe it. And in her own category, number three is Summer Resnick. Now, this to us was a must pull unit for a gajillion utility reasons. I mean, not only does she come with the benefit of that vision card, which is our number one vision card for the healing effect that it comes that she can use, but you have a TMR here that is quite frankly a wonderful TMR for many with the heal back to protect. You have the 2-time magic shield on her general heal capability. Not even getting to the bread and butter, which is her aura effect, which is the curse res, the frostbite res, which near single handedly stopped much of the Sephiroth Gilgamesh meta, but the same with the crit evade, which is part of the follow up damage calculation. But the blind resistance is yielding dividends in the Sadali meta and the Riku meta with that Riku TMR that can also give blind potential. So, in addition to the limit break with the debuff potential, this unit, not even talking about the teammate buff with the dispel follow ups, this is one of the only consistent forms of dispel follow ups in the game. There's a couple units that have it on abilities, but not nearly as consistent as this to not only apply to teammates, but apply the ceiling of barrier break to teammates. This is literally all in one. In reading this off, I'm not more surprised she wasn't like a number one candidate. But number three is where she is. This is an amazing unit.
Especially when she gives the barriers mid fight on 2 hits, which
Right.
is just it makes it so hard to bring magic damage dealers against her. She's just stacks the deck against you if she's able to make it to that mid fight portion, which she's always able to sit in very good AI. Very one of the best things about her is also that because she is a support, she doesn't rely heavily on reincarnations to get like max value out of. Of course, reincarnating her helps. It makes it harder to kill her, and she heals a little bit better. But I feel like even if you have a zero reincarnation unit, you're getting, you know, 90 to 95% of the value out of anybody that plays her. So another kind of good thing about her. Um, one of the I think that she was probably the driver of that Seth, Shrek, and Resnick meta that went on for way too long, and unfortunately, it's now come back, which is
I was just gonna say, you mean the
yeah,
meta that's like meta again right now as we speak? Because that
yeah.
is still the meta today. Yes.
So I think that like the I had to maybe dock her a couple of points here because of what she did to the loading times in the game, and maybe that's why she wasn't one or two for me. Because I had such bad memories of loading in mock battles against this unit. I had to drop her on the list not to hype her too much.
Dude, the loading time, she broke the game and still breaks the game. It's absolutely egregious. But Loki, the last thing before we keep moving on, pertinent. The 30% accuracy is
Yes.
so amazing in the current state of the game. Slept on back in the day, it was still appreciated because we saw pseudo evade Sephiroth, but now with these real evade units, she is a staple unit for more reasons than this.
I think
And
that that's part of the reason she's come back because of the accuracy and the blind resistance.
absolutely.
Very good. And plus, like her mid fight barrier buff against Sottily is also very strong. So
Definitely so. But we'll get to number two, who is Joom. This no doubt was an impactful unit. Despite the fall off, this unit was the power creep in the game. This was a unit that single handedly killed an entire meta of Helena Vivi. This is a unit that slotted into both water and ice and greatsword. There were three different very compelling meta teams that she had a significant advantage on in any capacity. She did so much for teammates. There's the AoE wide res. She was so self-contained too with the healing capability of what she would do for damage absorb. Her limit break with the dispel AoE wide res was one of the more consistent dispels of that type. When she came into the game, it's now more prevalent how you can dispel AoE wide res, but her limit break was one of the few initially. This unit single-handedly changed the game for quite some time, and to this day is still held up pretty decently, all things considered. There's no doubt that you look back on this year and think of like where the game went, and you can look at Joom as the what do you want to call it, the beginning point, the big bang
the
of where it all happened, whatever it is, the
yeah.
the point of singularity of where it all happened before anything else occurred afterward.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some people throw out some other units that they think are like for two or for one, and when you think about like absolute impact on the game, you can't deny like the how often this unit was being played for those first few months after she was released. I think she got as high as like a 70% pick rate, maybe even higher than that, because there really nobody could hold a candle against her because there wasn't enough new gen units at that point to really make a compelling case that she was even able to dominate much of the lightning units in the game for quite some time. So um, when you look at the actual numbers, 86% in the top 10, unbelievable. So that I mean we haven't seen that since. So that is impact right there.
Right, literally changed the game. And the number one is Sephiroth. We alluded to it earlier with the whole curse debacle, but there is more to it than just that. The dispel on hit can't be underrated enough. That gave disproportional rise to the Shreka and Exia, where a lot of units came out. We would start to classify buffs as either dispellable or non-dispellable, because when you went against Sephiroth, it was either something or nothing. And for most units, he would just nullify a lot of their benefits on their buffs. He had enough self-sustain with his healback capabilities. The Sorrow Vision card alone, if you did not get that card, you really missed out, because Sephiroth hit, and still does to today, surprisingly high levels of evasion with that Sorrow Vision card because of the bestowed effects and what it does to make him that agility percent is so self-contained with the luck percent that he takes very little. to really run. And he can heal himself, he can dispel on hit, the curse, the all element in peril. There's so much that goes on in that character. He defined the year and is still, months after his release, back in the top meta right now in the top three.
Yeah, I mean, this unit was released at the beginning of June, so we're now talking almost 7 months since he's been released. The majority of which he was the top played unit in the game, top played unit in the top 10 for much of that time. Um, so it's hard, you can't deny those results. I mean, when you think about it holistically, he was the meta, uh, much to our chagrin, because it was really a rough time for quite a while seeing this unit day after day. You think about once he gets his buff online, his Sunder ability not only gives the general dispel, it dispels courage, dispels wide resist, all in one. Unreal.
The AoE resistance penetration too. Him and Cloud were the bar for AoE res pen for throughout like the beginning of the year too. Still kind of on their own tier. Some units get AoE res pen, but they don't get the same defense pen and slash pen that he gets. They get docked in the other penetrations, whereas he kept all his penetrations.
Plus, like the Reliquary's katana giving him all that agility, plus the healing for the self sustain, like really kind of took him to another level as well.
Honestly, good question from JP. What caused him to come back? Some of it is the Perrrene unit, who gave a benefit to Katana. That is some small part of it. But also another part of it is just the fact that right now, Jaden, being an ice unit and missile, Sephiroth does very well into that team in general. But also against evasion, because he's typically stacking a lot of accuracy, can go somewhat toe to toe with them. But even now on this recent map, Exia, while powerful, has counters. Exia has been countered a bit by Dario and a few other units that, as Exia wanes ever so slightly, Sephiroth gains. We hyped her for that reason, that like she really shut him out in many like facets. But as Exia is kind of diminished a little bit, you see more room for him to come back out. At least that's my couple things.
Yeah. I think like we've gotten into more of like an open meta, or some people might call it like a Wild West meta, where there's more teams that have been viable basically since they've started building this whole meta back in April. And I think what you're seeing some top guilds do is they're picking their poison, where okay, we know that this team is going to be good against Earth. We know this team is going to be good against Ice. And those are the two newest teams that have just been released, the two newest looks that people can throw out that might be able to counter some of what we've been trying to do with Sottily and Exia. So that's kind of how I see it. And it's been working pretty well. Of course, like this is an old team, like we have had counters to it in the game. Really, there's no reason people should be losing to this team because we faced it for so long, but people continue to find ways to do it.
Right. It's so well rounded. It just,
Yeah.
if you're not tuned for it, it'll still come back to get you. But our honorable mentions, many of you shouted out Sottily, obviously on that list. A2 drove her own meta. Ashen Maw, Lucille, Exia. These are all very impactful units. For me, what put them in this lower category was duration of time, quite frankly. They just haven't existed as long as the other ones. And so by that factor alone, impact and then times length of time, they just don't meet the same criteria. Lucille, I think, is probably among one of the older ones that has retained her value. I would still maintain, though, that Lucille enables these top five, now that she is the top five. While she is a mandatory unit to make those teams work, and you could argue because of the mandatory nature of her, she is a top five. She's not the one that really like wins that fight. It's more like them that wins the fight. She just like gives them the gas. So Sottily, I think, could be arguably top three if he was here for longer. But yeah,
Yeah, I think the thing with Lucio, like I think a lot of people are kind of calling her out and pointing to her, and recently she has been like one of the top units played, and she's been very, very good. I think though that you kind of remember this unit was back in July and really had no major meaningful play basically for, until
None.
Sephiroth started to fade, basically until Sottile and Exia came.
Sephiroth hard countered the shit out of her. He would
Yeah,
dispel her haste, and he would curse the whole team so she couldn't heal for shit.
yeah, that's why she wasn't played for 5 months, basically. So we're up to 9 shots. I'm 4 drinks in, so you're ahead of me.
Whatever. They go down easy. But brings us to the last couple segments here. We're having fun. Whatever. I hope we're having fun. I see chat engagement. I take that as a positive sign.
Yeah, we got a lot of people.
I know it's late, but you're off tomorrow.
I'm off.
My girlfriend's gonna fucking hate me in the morning. She's trying to sleep in the other room,
If you
and if
hungover.
I walk in there at 1 o'clock in the morning, my girlfriend's gonna fucking hate me right now. So, just know I'm doing this for you guys.
Hey, it's Christmas. She'll get over it.
Yeah, that's right. I'll get her an extra special gift. That's right. Our top five most wanted units. Oh, this is such a fun segment because this
Yeah.
segment it comprises some real creativity and forward thought. We're going to examine what we guessed for last year and whether it came to fruition or not. And so, JB, I'll let you talk about your most wanted units for 23. What occurred, what didn't. Take it away.
Yeah, so looking back to last year, my most wanted was Final Fantasy Tactics, and we kind of talked a little bit about that earlier. Obviously, a few weeks ago that came to fruition, about a month ago or whenever it was. So that was amazing. My number two was Olive from FFBE, which I thought would be a really good gunner unit. Unfortunately, we have basically not really much hope for global units at this point, and she was kind of a global FFBE thing, if I remember correctly. I don't think she was really a JP side thing. So that's unfortunate. We probably won't see that. Final Fantasy X, Riku was one of my most wanted. Lulu also was a big one, obviously, for two big reasons. But we did get Riku, so that was really cool. Just got her. My fourth, Final Fantasy 12, Ash and Balthier. They're my two favorite characters from that game. Still waiting. We don't know when or if 12 is coming. It still seems like it would fit because it's kind of in that tactics, Evilise kind of world. So hopefully we'll see that before EOS, maybe this year. And then fifth was Ramada and Lilith, who we got both of them this year. So I was very happy to see that as well.
All great choices. I don't disagree with any of them. My personal top five, I didn't do as good. Um, Burrell, for those of you that don't know who this guy is, he is one of the equal commanders in Jaden's army in Rundal as Lucia, as Raldor, as Grifford. He is among the tops in terms of the echelon, and he has this like weird fun fact that he can't feel pain because of a disease that he has. It's so specific that it made me think that they actually had like some kind of like, you know, depth to him. He is a katana wielder in particular. And so in the context of this, I thought like how cool, and obviously this game like glazes for Rundal. I thought for sure they would bring in like, Chunak's another one. Chunak's another commander. Like they have all the units, all the commanders, except for him. That was like one of my number one hopes. Rosaluna, again, another excellent favorite as a bow unit. It's ice, it's Wazette. That's a slam dunk for most people. Abbott, I thought, was a super reach because this character is a clown. But when you talk about the magic canon, they did that with Jaden. So this is kind of a half check mark for me. When I envisioned my Abbott goal, New Ice Jaden is that role. So although it's not the
Okay.
character I wanted, I think I got that.
You got the cannon.
Yeah. Uriel is he's the strike member that's friends with Lisette. Unfortunately, he's faded lore wise. I thought he was kind of fun. I'm jaded on him, so goodbye. And Sieghart is the Earth Veritas unit. Now, although not the form I would have preferred my Sieghart in, I prefer the roses and the flowing blonde hair. Although Earth Veritas kind of has that. I would have wanted the more stereotypical Sieghart, but I'll take the Earth Veritas. So I got something there.
I think that like Abbott and maybe even Baral to me are they scream like 70 cost energy to me.
That's what I thought, but they've made these other units like 190 cost. Like they've made or I guess, I'm sorry, that's wrong. Chunak and Raldor and Lucia are not 100 cost. So you're right. He probably does
No.
fall into that lower category. Good call. Good call.
Hopefully, I mean, there's so many characters that they have art and like models for in the game that it's like it seems like we're due for like another set of selection quests to like because I can't see so many people pulling for some of these minor characters. Like, why not just make some PVE content out of it?
Same. And honestly, that was part of my bias when making this list a year ago. I still am. I am very jaded on the concept of repeat units and just putting them in a new costume. I don't like having a third Jaden. I love Jaden. I don't want a third Jaden. Alaya is a fine character. I don't want a third Alaya. I would rather them introduce new characters that have not had a chance yet before they dress up new versions of other characters. So I know that was a big focal point for me last year. It still kind of is. I've kind of accepted the fact that reality is what it is. But like
Yeah.
I know that really focused me here. We're like, I don't care about Abbott. Who the fuck cares about Abbott? But he hadn't been in the game yet, and he was a prominent lore character, and he's part of Stodley's church. And I'm like, he's a gunner ice unit with a cannon. That's just to your Olive idea of like the cannon. That's it.
Hmm.
But that's votive related. So like I went with it.
I hear you.
Yeah, but I got a little bit smarter. Maybe not for 2024. So, who are our most wanted units for next year? Now at this point in 2024. And so your top five. Some of these we've carried forward. Some of them are
Yep.
brand spanking new. Go ahead. What's your top five most wanted units for next year?
Yeah, so I brought over Ash and Balthier. Obviously, we didn't get them last year, so probably my most wanted Final Fantasy collab for this year. My second most wanted Final Fantasy collab is I want to see Nine come back. Not only do I want to see Zidane and Dagger get some banger upgrades because they were absolute flops, for last year. But I do want to see Kuja. Obviously, we know is coming when that returns. But I want to see Beatrix in there as well. That's probably one of my favorite characters from Nine. So
You're not
I would
alone.
love to see that. My third is Rosaluna. I think it's time for a premier bow unit. Obviously, they've done a lot of the groundwork with the vision cards. We saw that. We haven't seen the units come in there, other than a couple. Um, but she seems primed to be kind of that commander for that team probably this year. Um, Final Fantasy IV is another big one for me. I want to see Dark Cecil. I want to see Rydia. I want to see like a real. I want to see them put a real good spin on the summoner. I feel like they've tried a couple of times and it's
Ooh,
really just been
yeah.
bad. We've
Right.
never had like Final Fantasy like summoners are like so core to like Final Fantasy
Yeah.
and it just hasn't been there yet for War of the Visions. So I feel like Rydia is the unit that could do that. Um, and then my fifth one is I stole yours because I was like, okay, we've had this bad version of Whisper for so long. I really love the character. Let's get like a real cool version of Whisper in the game.
Who was your five before that? Do you remember?
Um,
Because you had a list.
yeah, I think I carried over one of the other ones from last year that maybe it was Lulu
Hmm.
or maybe yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I don't remember exactly.
No, I will say my big asterisk is I tend to not put Final Fantasy units here because my default answer is always Final Fantasy units. Will, what are your top new favorite units you want? They're always going to be the Final Fantasy units before War of the Visions and Ardra, almost always. So I feel like that goes without saying for me. I agree with you on 12 being a top collab, 9, 4. That's literally on my top preferences. But sticking with the non, as best I can, Final Fantasy options, one was Whisper, who I've max reincarnated the 70 cost version. She's absolutely awful. The thing that really pushes me over the edge of there is the fact that Exia has really elevated the meaning of Whisper and her sisters, that they are clones. They've made that a big plot point. Whisper is still super lore relevant. She is literally, I'm sorry guys, spoiler, on the cusp of finding the Mornblade with the cast. She's the one directing them there, like riding the freaking chocobos to go get it. And she is in every cutscene. This girl needs something, considering the state of the game. I always joked that a seasonal version of her would be acceptable, like a Summer Whisper. Like, that'd be fun, like, whatever. But at this point, because of the lore reasons, she absolutely should be number one for me.
I feel like a like maskless version is coming
Agreed.
as part of like a big lore moment. I feel like we'll see that early next year.
I agree. And my number two is Varouche for somewhat similar reasons. Kind of a joke character in most regards, but I'm so sorry to spoil this. But you guys, if you're not following at this point, you got to follow soon because
We found this out a while ago. So
this is a good spoil. Varouche is Jaden's older brother who relinquished the kingdom of Rundal, who left to go to the east, and is now obviously collecting the swords and fighting Garusa and doing all this like main story stuff. And yet he's this like niche kind of crappy wind unit that has just done nothing. And so this is my back to my conversation. I prefer my characters to match their lore capabilities. And Varouche in my head, I'm like, dude, if you're fighting with Garusa and you're the former king of Rundal and you're the last remaining swordsman, fucking act like it. Like, make him a new premier unit. I'm pushing for it. Those of you for my number three may not recognize his name. Nelsis is in the Sottily backstory and is one of the villains from across the ocean that sent Sottily to Ardra with the Pontiff. And one of the things that I never forgot about Nelsis was that yes, he had some unique character art, but y'all, maybe JB, you might not have seen this. Do you remember what he was holding the entire time in his hand? His character art?
Was it like a cup? Or a
No.
book?
He's holding a book. And when I think about book units, I'm like, bro, put him in. If we're looking for a book unit, you have a book unit. And to me, my favorite thing about him means that if you put Nelsis in there, it means you're advancing the lore at some point. That something that happened 200 years ago or whatever it was in the past is coming back to the current storyline. So for that reason, I want him number three because I want a book unit. I want the lore to come back full circle, and because fuck it, why not? So that's number three. Number four is Clive from 16 because 16 is absolutely amazing, and Clive deserves a spot. And they've done so much marketing, promotional material for this game. Clive should be in this game. It is part of the Final Fantasy XIV world in the sense that the creator of 16 is the same creator of Final Fantasy XIV, so there is some overlap with the draw of that fandom, and this dude just screams Sword Warrior to me, so give it to him.
And we kind of have a meme in the guild that if he comes with Torgal, he's going to be the first mandatory pull unit for our guild.
Torgal's a must pull. We're all walling the wolf in Howl if he happens to come in.
We got to have the wolf.
And process of elimination, I put Baral as 5 because I still like him as a character. I still think Lightning Katana is a niche that needs to be filled. When you talk about the fire overlap from an element perspective, my biggest problem that dropped him this low is the fact that I just don't want to play Katana anymore. I'm so good. I'm good with that class. So in 2025, if you guys go away from Katana, I am so okay with that. But yeah.
Yeah, it's to the point that it's played out at this point. So let it live for a little while and give some other classes some love.
Exactly, but we're getting very close to the end of this. I promise. Our top 5 most wanted game updates, and so this I think is admittedly mostly something that I put out in our Discord a couple weeks ago. Is my favorite quality of lives. But I think this resonates with you as well. I think you agree on everything. I know you also edited some of this to wrinkle in your most wanted game updates. And I think this should reflect much of the player base too. Quality of lives, I'll be honest, are mostly caught up. I'm very impressed with the quality of lives they did this year. They got most of them. The trust zone system.
A few good ones, yeah.
Right, trust zone systems, you can pick your passives, number 1. You can universally equip them on all units, not just one at a time. Number 2, the TMR toggle per game mode and Esper toggle by game mode. Number 3, some other vision card ones they did early on for filters, but there's more work to be done. Hopefully, we're the beacon of it. Uh, Most of them came true from last year. We wanted a 24/7 Guild War mock battle. That still has not come to fruition. That is still our number one preference for time zones. It's just so much more flexible for people to test things in hours that don't coincide with the workday. Right now in America, the Guild War mock period coincides with the 9 to 5 of a normal job period for most people. And so mock battle for most people uh, is at odds with your real life job. And that's
Yeah.
one of the toughest things about top 5 Guild Wars is finding people that have some flexibility with their work life balance. But we got free match queue incentive. We got the Veritas medals, which to me counts. We got that. Unfortunately, free match quality has dipped considerably. Do you want to talk about that? I see you smiling about it.
I mean, it's just nice to have a little bit something to play for, and I think it has. Forget about like the quality of the matches. I mean, obviously people are throwing out their Zazans or their level 1 units sometimes, but at least you don't sit there and watch like the weeds blow while you're trying to queue for
That's true.
5 minutes. So it has had. I think that they could still make it better. Like obviously we've talked about the shops still need some work there, and there's other things, but they did hit that note, I think, by putting the Veritas units in there, and I think that's been a nice improvement for it.
I agree. End of the day, it's a positive. The TMR on or off by game mode, we accomplished. We got that.
Just recently,
Just
yeah.
recently. The Trust Stone set for Guild War attack or defense. This is a more nuanced one where whatever Guild War Trust Stones you have on in that mode for your attack team are exactly the same as your defense team. That can cause some problems if you have two different teams on attack and defense. Maybe one team, certain characters need agility stones, and maybe others don't. Maybe on attack, you want certain status element resistances they don't require on defense, but you got to pick and choose. So, for how much we min max top tier Guild War, this would be a welcome quality of life change. Admittedly, more work, so maybe not all that player friendly, but it's a toggle that has some real ramifications on results.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they haven't gotten to this one yet. I feel like it would be nice, but I feel like it's still like kind of a niche one, and maybe one that not a lot of people would take advantage of.
I
So
agree.
there's probably like more lower hanging fruit they can still get to.
I agree. I dropped this from my 24 wish list. Once in a while, I feel like I wish I had it, but not often enough as the
Yeah.
others, like the TMR toggle. The TMR toggle, I always wish I had access to. The other one, whatever. But the fifth one is more story and lore building, and we did get that. The lore and story is the best it's ever been. If you're not caught up, sit down tomorrow and get caught up. The characters are great. The lore is great. The pace is better. It's still kind of dragging with the Realm Scourge, but better than the first arc, better than the second arc. I feel like there's real direction being made at the moment, which to me was important because to me, this the end of series conversation always hinged on the lore. The moment the lore died was the moment that the gotcha was at risk of EOSing at any moment. To me, I felt as long as there was a storyline that they wanted to tell, they were going to find a way to tell it. And so seeing the story build out a little more over time, people above the falls, Sadali's backstory with this random Nurses NPC that some of you disagree with me with, like that, they didn't have to put him in there. They did it. That's promising to me.
Plus all the stuff that we just talked about, like with Varouche and Jaden, and there was like some significant lore building in that side story also. As far as like the main story, it feels like we're really coming to like a culmination point for this, or maybe like a last act of this particular arc. Um, so I'm interested to see how it ends up here. Well, I'm sure we're probably going to get to the finale of it here, not in the distant future. So hopefully they have something lined up for after that. Hopefully they've been working on that. So be interesting to see where it goes.
I agree. Real quickly, this is a good hot take. Moderately apathetic. Brad in chat ask the question: did we just give up on auto multi or auto raid? Because they promised us that to auto whenever a raid comes, you queue 20 matches and you just auto them. I'll be
I think they're
honest,
still working on that.
they are still working on it, but that's not in my top five. Raid does not come around often enough for me to notice the weeks that I want to auto it. The one piece of new equipment has not been as good as it used to be. It used to be the Alex ring and all these great UR equipments. The more recent ones, like the Gauntlet Steel, whatever, the Gauntlets, the healing power down, and like the missile one, they're not as like must haves for like 3 to 4 copies. So I haven't like sweated that much over them. That's a great quality of life upgrade, but it's not in my top five because it does not impact enough of my gameplay experience for me to wish it gone. Whereas these other ones impacted it far more often in my experience.
I think that's actually like one of my issues is that they don't run the raids enough.
I
Like
agree.
they not only for like, all these new players that have come in like with tactics or maybe they came in for X2, they need access to the marshmallow and the Alex ring and
The winter
some of
coat.
these the survival
We
the
have
winter
someone in
coat.
Howl that only has one winter coat, and they're trying to run double
Yeah.
evasion. And we're like, do you have a second winter coat? They're like, no, we don't. Well, what the fuck? We should have 2 winter coats. Like, that's not a hard reach.
Yeah, the fact that the raid revival isn't, around either permanently unlocked from like the far plane or it's not every 2 months or 3 months is always been puzzling to me, and I think it's been a big problem for player retention too, because those players that come in can't get access to that equipment on a reasonable time frame.
I agree. I agree. But that leads us to our 2024 most wanted game updates. I thought long and hard about this, and honestly, I have more than I thought I would have had. And for me, my top five upgrades, number one is still 24/7 mock battle. That has not changed. This to me, the life of this game cannot coincide with the business hours of the average person's job. That's unacceptable. I don't know how you can reconcile that with like, I don't want to say like expanding your audience. We're not young. If you polled the average War Divisions player, we're not 19. We're not working the cashier position. The average player in War Divisions is in their 30s or 40s. Business hours are tough, and that's like a family rearing age. You have kids, you have like other real life priorities. That for the premier PvP game mode, there's too many IRL things in real life things that coincide with the mock battle hour that you should be able to do it outside of it. Period. End of story.
Yeah, this will be the number one until yeah, forever until we
Forever.
get it.
Forever. Yeah, absolutely. Number two. Oh, why is this here? I didn't put this here. You put this here?
I put it in. Yeah,
Oh, you like this?
I
Okay.
I carried it over. These are not by any order of preference, by the way.
Oh, mine were in order of preference.
So
Okay. All right. Okay.
okay,
This is no. That's there. It's still put on the backlog. That's still a good one. I'm still pro
yeah,
this. It dropped off my top five though, but that thumbs up.
yeah. I think this ended up being the top 6 or 7.
It is. We expanded this because
Yeah.
we wanted to be detailed. Number three, better job vision card filters. The one that I think of as the easiest hanging fruit for job vision card filters is that you put whatever units you want in the party. Put any units you want in the party. And when you click vision card, there's a filter. Only apply vision cards that affect all people in the party. And that way you know immediately how much crossover there is between your 2 or 3 units. I do this in Excel with a filter function that I can do this. There are 3 different websites I know of that can do this with a filter function. Fucking do this in game with a filter function so that when you put Exia and Sottily, you see all the vision cards that affect both Glove and Staff Devout. That should be absolutely one of the filters. And as an asterisk, maybe you can pick which two characters out of your three, because not all three needs a benefit. If you can pick two out of the three, if you put like Lucille, or that's a bad example, who's an off, Agrius. Agrius is your third character. That would skew the filter functions. Regardless, you can do it. Excel does it. The websites do it. The game can do it.
It's very easy.
Very
The
easy.
fact that like I made a video like 2 years ago when the system was kind of in its infancy, and I made like some pros and cons about this system. Seeing it for 5 minutes, I was immediately able to tell, okay, this is going to be a problem that we don't have these filters. And I knew that after there was two cards in the game, right? And they made like a half measure with some of the filters that they put in. They still have a little bit of work to do, and I think that putting the overlap in there would solve a lot of issues. If that was in there, I could finally maybe stop maintaining this vision card tool that I spend hours on every week. So I really hope to see that this year.
Facts. That would greatly enhance the average player experience. The average
Yeah,
player is not going to your website, cross-referencing the tabs, finding like this. Not it's too much work. No one wants to put in that much work on vision cards. But
no.
number four, this is my choice. Better highlight of bonus units and vision cards. When it comes to Trial of Reckoning, when it comes to Arena, right now, when you go into a screen, you see the word bonus above whatever card or unit it is. But I wish it was a different preference order. That if something was a bonus for the week, that it would automatically be at the top of your list, no matter
Yeah.
your sort function. When you're looking at a party list, I don't want to have to scroll 10 pages to my 140s to find who the bonus unit is. In those game modes that have bonus, put them at the top automatically, number one, so that you don't have to scroll ever. Number two, put the percent, because there's different bonus percents. I frequently do this in Arena, where I have to click in and out of my party. Oh, the vision card. Is it the max bonus or the medium bonus? The small bonus? What's the character here? Something like in the menu for many modes that have bonus units or bonus vision cards, put the bonuses immediately at the top. Number one, immediately, just no matter what the filter. And number two, put the actual percent on the bonus so you know what are the top. Because other than that, I'm like, again, I have to pull up my computer and I have to look back and forth. No game should ever require that. It's fine if it does, but it shouldn't require it.
Yeah, not only give what the bonus is for the card, but when you have it equipped in your party, have a little indicator of how much bonus percent do you have equipped at that moment. So I think that both of those things should happen.
Absolutely. Adam points out a good point of the scrolling, that the scroll lag needs to be fixed. We
Oh,
agree. We've noticed this on many times, and it affects people that have more veteran accounts. The more vision cards, the more items, the more characters you have, the longer the lag time. JB and I own every character and vision card in the game, and the lag time for scrolling is fucking immense. It's so long to scroll through my stuff. Did I add it?
it's like a memory leak issue though
It's a
that's been
memory
there
leak
for a couple
forever.
issues because it's like it's working fine, but then if you build like three or four teams, it starts to slow down. If you keep building teams, it keeps getting slower, and it's been happening for a while now. Even when I was on the live stream the other day, Justin even is aware of this, and so I don't know how it's still happening. Like why can't this be fixed? I don't
It goes up and
understand.
down. Though. There's some patches it's really bad, and some that I feel that's better, and it ebbs and flows. It's been better the last month for me, but for the overall life of the game, it's been pretty bad.
Yeah. Like I have to, if I've built a few teams, I need to like close the client and then I'm fine again. It's very annoying.
Can I? Because wait, that comment is a good comment. The memory leak is absolutely needs to be fixed. Can I add on to that about quality of life for the scroll? Because I
Yeah.
left it off here. One of my big problems with the in-game client is that the scroll bar.
Oh, that one is in here.
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought you
Yeah,
took it
yeah.
off. Okay,
No,
wait.
it's in there.
I'll pause. Number five, Guild War templates. They have five different loadouts that you can load pre-assembled teams into. Go from 5 to 10. Duel does it. Quest does it. Guild should do it. No reason why it shouldn't do it. We're at the point I need more than 5 templates for my Guild War teams. And to my point earlier, someone asked a question: do you share builds? There should be a copy paste function in Guild War. They do it in guild raids. If you go in a guild raid and you see a score, you can literally copy and paste your team. Guild War should have the same function. We share enough builds across the top 10, and even if you weren't like walling or offensive balance, if you wanted to say, hey guys, I have a really good team, copy it if you want, it's going to copy as much of it as you can, and when it pastes, it's going to leave the blanks of the stuff you don't have. You can fill it in, but that feature would save 80% of the problems with player engagement in the top 10, where we constantly, this is still the same old shit 3 years ago. You screenshot your build, you tag everybody in the thing. I have an Excel sheet with the toggles on or off. I have screenshots of the sub jobs. You have to double check whether they did it or not. Hopefully they did it. Fuck that. Give me a copy paste and make it so much easier. It would make life so much better.
Yeah.
Oop. I got ahead.
There it is.
Did you want to remark on that, or is that just me?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, for in terms of like the Guild War templates, I know they have like the template that you can go into and like save more builds. That's fine, but unfortunately, it doesn't save across devices. So if you play on your phone and then also on like the PC client or whatever,
right? Google
it
Play
doesn't save it. It doesn't like save in the cloud or whatever. It's like local to the device, so that's kind of an issue with that. So yeah, definitely need 10 in the Guild War for both attack and defense. And we definitely need more than one for limited Guild War. Like you only have one
That's
slot.
so
for,
bad.
for
Limited Guild War needs so much more.
So it should be the same for both modes.
Agreed. Yeah, Limited Guild War was actually the one that I noticed the most, because I would have to take my Limited Guild War teams and save them in my Guild War loadouts, because you can toggle between the modes, and that just feels terrible. But number 6 is so small, but I swear to God, I'm the only one that's ever brought this up, and I can't believe I'm the only one that's brought this up. If you hold your phone right now, the scroll bar on your phone is so goddamn skinny. In addition to the memory leak issue, one of the problems that I have is that I literally can't click on the bar and scroll up and down quickly. For an account that only has like 8 or 10 rows, maybe it's not a big deal to use your thumb to just swipe once, and that way it scrolls all the way down. But for us veteran accounts, like 40 to 80, I don't even know how many things you have, to swipe your thumb, because it's everywhere. It's vision card selection, it's characters left to right, it's if you're enhancing your trust stones and you run out of the materials, you have to go back to using like your blue and green trust stones, then you have to like swipe all the way down. If you actually look at your scroll bar in the game, in every single menu, it's
so tiny.
It's the skinniest bar on the screen, and when you compound the memory leak problem with that, it's fucking infuriating to have to scroll through anything. It's damn near impossible.
There's so many times that like I rarely play on my phone. I mostly play on the PC on the either, you know, emulation or on Google. But every time I do pick up my phone, I'm like squinting to like, okay, it doesn't register.
It doesn't register. It just doesn't register.
Like, you gotta like find the exact right spot, and then like, oh fuck, I finally got it. It's infuriating.
Absolutely awful. It's a huge, like, real quality of life issue, because it affects the majority of your devices, no matter what the age, the type, iPhone or Android, whatever it is. It affects all of them equally because it's proportionally the same size. So
just like make it just double the size, and then you're good. That's all you need to do.
Yep. But number 7, this is my personal suggestion. I think everyone would agree with this as a half measure. We noticed this in 5v5 Arena. The Guild War and Resnick, I'm a Resnick, the loading screen is abysmally long. It's irregularly long for gotchas in the modern game. It's a time suck of nothingness. There's literally no value to your loading screen. It's long enough that my biggest problem is my ADD, that I want to play a match, and I get so tired of waiting for it to queue that I go and do something else. Oops. and then when I go back to my screen and see if it loaded yet, the fight's halfway over because I fucking forgot because it's been that long. We know the AI is a problem in this game, and I pragmatically don't think there's a way to fix it. You're asking for them to rewrite the entire code for them to fix the AI. But what I would hope for is that that loading screen, when it's just a stagnant, static screen, we've seen when you download a new update, the character lore, it like scrolls, you can see the character images, you can see that. I want a dynamic loading screen in lieu of faster loading times. Admitting that they can't do that, give me a screen where as I'm loading, you have now snapshotted, just an example, snapshotted my team stats and the enemy team stats. Let me scroll through and see my team's unit res, accuracy percent, resistances, whatever. The enemy unit res, the enemy HP percent, the enemy total attack stat. Give me something so that when I'm on that loading screen waiting for 45 seconds to 2.5 minutes, I'm not just staring at nothing. Give me something, and it doesn't have to be the match. That's my favorite example because I feel like people would learn a lot by repetitively seeing the stats over and over and over and over. What's the
Yeah.
average attack? What's the average accuracy? What's the average HP? But I think you could go deeper than that. Tooltips are a little bit generic, but I feel like even like enhanced lore could be engaging enough that people would want to keep reading about the lore. Just something.
I
Okay.
like I would urge for it to be like gameplay specific. So like I like the lore stuff for like story, like if you're loading into a story mission or a PvE mission or whatever. For the PvP stuff, I love that idea of like looking at the stats and flipping through. You could even show leaderboards, like if I'm loading into arena,
Right,
I
right,
could
right. What
who are
percentile are
my
you?
top, yeah, what how many points do I have? What who's at on top? I could flip through that. You're literally coming from that screen, like it should be like within reaching distance for them to put it in there.
Yep,
Um,
yep.
I don't know.
That to me is one of the learning opportunities for people that when they see, like, oh, I'm like 600 attack, but the average enemy is, that's low. I'm 1500 attack. The average enemy is 2000 attack. I'm clearly lower. Or what percentile am I? Oh, I should be higher. Like that's such a self-guided self-help tool that could benefit the average player experience of them coming to us to be like, what's a good amount of stats? Because we answer that all the time. And we know there are more stats that the game doesn't tell us that in-game menu could theoretically tell you. What is your actual accuracy percent, your actual evade percent? What's your slash res pen? We don't know that number currently. It just groups it in one icon. You have no idea the
Yeah,
number. Like there's so many hidden stats that screen, I feel like when you watch it 30 times in a row, you would learn so much and would make our life so much easier.
that's a whole like wanted update in itself is kind of pulling back the curtain on some of the stats that are clearly calculated and known in the game, but they just the UI for the statistics is abysmal right now.
Awful, very misleading, very inaccurate. It requires Excel calculators and third party tools. It requires us to handhold some people to be like, no, that's not okay. You have to do this instead. It should be more self sufficient than that.
Also, like knowing like what buffs and debuffs are going on in the game is really a mouthful right now. Like especially like since in this most recent meta, like you're hitting somebody and all of a sudden you see like 10 different things fly across this 10 different debuffs are
Right,
happening and it's like, okay, what just happened?
right.
You need to, if we didn't have what if calc to like know some of those things, I don't even know how we could play the game.
I'll be honest. That is one of my biggest barriers to entry. I don't know how you could pick up this game without our lifelong knowledge and understand how any of it works. I literally don't think it's possible because myself as a subject matter expert on like something like the damage formula, I literally can't even calculate it anymore. Because anytime ask me a question like, "Hey, is 50% attack good?" The answer is I don't know. It depends on 14 other variables. I literally don't know. Like it's so muddled. Um,
Yeah.
Anything they can do to consolidate it would be better.
Yep.
But that's our quality Life updates. Oh my god. I think they're good. I think these are valid. I think this would make the game better for everyone. I think we've been realistic with most of these too. I don't think most
Yeah.
of these are outside the realm of what they have uh, capabilities for technologically.
Yeah, I don't think these are big lifts. I mean, probably like the 24/7 Guildborg mock battle is probably that is probably a big lift, and it's probably
Probably.
why we haven't seen it yet. Um,
But at the same time, could you not just clone an instance of Guild War and have a second button for it? Like I don't
yeah, I feel like they could come up with something
I don't
creative to
know. I
do
don't
it
know. Yeah,
without. So hopefully we'll see it someday.
we'll see. But this apparently is a
Oh, is it
repeat.
duplicated? No, I think that's the end.
That's the end. So like what 4 hours later, we said
Oh
two
my
to three
God.
hours. I know it's 1 in the morning, dude. I'm gonna fucking hear it in the morning. My girlfriend's probably awake, scrolling on her phone. I probably have like 7 Snapchat messages and 2 Instagram posts of
Doom
of
scrolling.
memes. Um, but we did theoretically have 3 hot takes, which we've come this far. Why not?
Do
We
you want to
should.
just do them next week?
I don't know, man. We could take this in 5 minutes.
All right, let's do it.
I think these are 5 minute worthy. These are not. Oops. Oops.
My energy is waning, but we can do it.
I feel that. Weird. Maybe
Everybody everybody wants the hot takes. We got to give the people what they want.
we do. Why is this not coming out
Oh, it's not
in the top
like at
layer?
yeah, it's not the top layer. Maybe you could put it at the bottom of your
Fuck it.
JP Word of Calc may update soon. Kiwi says.
Look for that. So this is gonna be scuffed. But we'll work with it. Hot take number one: the game is better today than it was at the start of the year. In honor of the look back, is that true? Is the game today better than it was back in January? Oops.
I think that's a cold take. I think that that is true. I think that not only have we just had like a very like generous time frame where we had like the tactic stuff and all the anniversary stuff that we talked about, but I think that the PvP is in the most compelling place that it's been in a long time. Because even if you think about a year ago, it was like very the meta. That's kind of the beginning of like when the meta was very homogenous, and that was kind of a big theme from most of this year. Like the whole black mage meta was very homogenized across all levels of the game, and that kind of continued like into kind of the whole meta rebuilds that they did with next gen stuff, right? Um, where everybody was playing Joom, and then everybody was playing Gilgamesh and Sephiroth. Then everybody played Shrek, and there was not as much meta pocket. Like there wasn't as much, differential in like what was being played. I think that is we're starting to see it spread out more now, and I think that is a better indicator of a healthy PvP environment. So I think that's a good thing.
I agree with this take. I think the game is better today than it was at the start of the year. Not only do we have better variety in the elements, better variety in the job classes, but I know at the beginning of the year, the job class conversation, we commented on this on our top 5 bests of the year, that Rainbow Play was a lot more supported. I think the vision cards they released this year did a lot for the game for job eligibility that made team building a lot easier. That right now, current day, it's a lot easier to make a team of 3 than it was back then, where I talked about the weaknesses of mono element, that you were like waiting for certain roles or waiting for certain stats, and it was like unplayable till you got to that point. I feel like we've surpassed that with job based vision cards. That right now, uh, it's the quality of the characters, but you don't need 6 total vision cards. You need a couple, and you can make that work. And I think that's healthy for the game, in addition to the element wheel being expanded.
Yeah, the fact that we rolled through a fifth anniversary with not a significant cost increase as well is like another big factor of this. Where, last year we had the whole Hollow Vision cards being added into the game, which was not met with much fanfare this year. So that's part of the game feeling better also.
I agree. Which brings us to hot take number two. This was mine. I think this was kind of eye opening. Sort of, not really. Hopefully this works. Sorry, I know this is scuffed. Hot take. Mono Element got like 75 vision cards. I counted it. About that, give or take. Job vision cards are at about 90. So the job vision card system has now supplanted mono element as the superior widespread application of these effects. Here's the hot
Did
take.
you did you include like the year one, like?
I did not.
Okay.
I guesstimated how many universal year one cards and I took them out with mono element. This mono
Gotcha.
element should be only mono element, not only the party effect, universal, but like the actual party effect.
So like from Final Fantasy X onwards, basically.
Yes. Yes. So job vision cards have exceeded mono element for how many there are. It's time for a new class. Could be gender, could be faction, like Leonis, Heinler, this and that. I threw in year of release, and I'll kick this off because the year of release got me thinking. I think this is a hot take. I don't think mono element should ever be mono element. I like job vision cards. We're now in a regular rotation of job VCs intermingling with rainbow. You could probably introduce a couple mono element just for fun. I don't think that would hurt the game. I think enough of the job VCs that we've seen have mono element specialties that it wouldn't kill the game to put mono element back in sporadically. But I would like year of release. And I say that as an example, but I feel like they could come up with a more quantifiable metric that we talk about old units not aging well. And I do wonder if there's a new mechanic that you could release a vision card that says new 1 year units. I don't know how they would sell this. I don't know how you would level it. But we talk about the Veritas item being disproportionately good for the Veritas units. Could you make a system where like vision cards like benefit year one units way more, grossly more?
I
I don't believe in that, but
I
it's
think
true.
they could definitely like make conditional modifiers. They have conditional modifiers for a lot of things in the game, so
Yeah,
I can see that.
yeah. I wouldn't want a whole new VC system because they'd probably add the cost to it. But there's more job VCs than mono element. We're like kind of overdue for like a new version of the VCs. I don't know how you break it out, but
I also think this is a hot take because think that it's I don't think it's time for a new VC class because I think that the way that they've designed this because they have way more jobs than there is elements, right? We have 8 elements versus uh or is there 16? Yeah, something like that. Um that basically, yeah, they've set this up for like a 4 year run time that they could keep pumping these out. And you can see like, on some of the analysis we looked at earlier on that there's still, classes that don't have good coverage for, Mace doesn't have very good coverage and Axe doesn't have very good vision card coverage. They just need to jump to some of these other jobs and then, everybody's kind of in a similar place. Whereas, after 2 years of mono element vision card, yeah, there were some effects that were missing. Ice didn't have a luck VC, and there was a couple. Lightning didn't have a luck VC. There was a couple like that were missing, but by and large, everybody had the majority of effects that were being used at that time covered, and most elements had gone through multiple runs of being like the top dog in the meta. We haven't even come close to that in job VCs. We're still kind of, I would say, in the infancy of like true rainbow play.
I would agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. I just thought it was interesting that we've now surpassed mono element. So many people like in
Yeah.
their core revert to mono element as like the status quo. But by the nature that there's now more job VCs than there are mono element VCs, to me it's no longer the status quo. To me, job VCs are now the status quo. And now that it is, does that mean they're going to turn the page? And Fancy had a good suggestion, like heroes or villains. Could you make some gross, overbearing category? Hey, listen, unless they have the filters to do it, don't do it. If you have the filters, then do it. But the filters
I
have, oh,
I wouldn't be surprised to see them go back to mono element and just
right,
flip it back,
right.
and start printing those cards again, in another year or two, if we make it that long.
I totally
Um,
agree. Yeah.
but I could see that.
This last hot take, I thought of this last minute, and I think about this kind of a lot. This is a fun one to talk about. hmm I do think about this. You guys, I'm 10 shots in. Give me a break. Hot take.
Very
No,
very reflective.
let me, wait a minute. You guys can spare 30 seconds. Let me go for 11. We're at the final
I'll
hour
I'll
here.
I'll kick this one off.
Please do.
So, hot take number 3. This game is boring to watch, and that's why there aren't more content creators on Twitch or YouTube doing live play content. Uh, I think there's definitely some truth to this one. I think that I mean, especially, I don't think that's the whole story though. Like, I think that like if you go back to the first year of this game, we had a lot more live play going on. So I think a big part of this take is the age and maturity of the game and the knowledge and skill of the players. Like it's not as needed to pump out videos every day on how to do things. Like it's known by the most of the daily players at this point what to do. Um, Also, I think that the live play stuff, there have been pockets where it has been popular, like Friday Night Fights, was a big thing that Orange did for a while, was pretty popular. But I think that it takes that kind of person and um, personality to bring that and have it be exciting, right? It takes like that larger than life kind of personality, like Orange or even like Kason when he was doing WD. He was great at that as well. Um, so I think that's part of it. I think another part of it is like the age of the player base not really being into ingrained in our culture as like late 30s and 40s. Twitch and like live streaming isn't as much a thing for us, post COVID, because we have families and jobs, and I think that's part of it.
Oops. Oh man, I fucked everything up. There we go. Um, I'm torn on this. I one of my things that I want to happen is more content creators for this game. It's tough because content creators by their nature rely on revenue for clicks. By the nature of this game is a slowly diminishing base, it does not attract many content creators. I get that. That being said, if you go to Twitch right now, there's no one streaming live, and there hasn't been in God knows how long. And in terms of content creators, we have noticed that firsthand because we used to bring in, you guys remember, people as guest speakers. There's virtually no one for a guest speaker for us anymore. They've all retired in some capacity. There are some. That's a very broad statement. But KT7 Up, I'm exceptionally thankful for. He, I think, has done very well carrying the mantle for the average player. And I honestly would point to him before I point to my own channel for people to get like a general info about the game about. But I do think this game is boring. And I think the dailies of this game are boring. And I think that's why You don't see me booting up YouTube Live and doing my 5 skip arena matches, my 5 skip free matches, my background auto farming. I don't think there's a lot of content to really show off. And I think that's part of it because I think, well, for us as the educators, there's more than enough content. We can take a vision card and pick it apart 10 different ways and analyze a character kit and make content out of that. But the actual play time, I think, is kind of non existent. And I think that's a barrier to the like online presence of the game. I don't know how you fix that because all of those changes I support. I support background farming. I support skips. I support times 3 speed up. I support all of those things. Those are all wonderful quality of lives. But I don't know how you make this game more interesting for a live play audience. I've had some success with like arena runs where I'm like, hey guys, I'm doing like a 2 hour arena run. It's a brand new unit. We're just gonna fucking huck them at the arena and see how they do. And that's good content because it's like stress testing a new unit. But like outside of that, I don't know what the draw is.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of goes into what I was saying there about like you know, the demographic of the player base, like, and also like they've kind of catered to the game to that player base at this point, where it's very there's not as much like active and manual play that goes on in the game. It's very auto and very quick and transactional. Um, I think they initially had a different vision for the game where there was that portion of it, but they also had like the manual and live play, which was kind of the free match and class match portion. And there was an audience there for that live play in the first year of the game, and there were content creators that streamed it, like Prodigy and Daniel Boone, and there was actually quite a few players that would stream their live matches, even Rindell and several. I remember many people doing that on Twitch. Um, Unfortunately, they catered free match to the auto audience because it was a bigger critical mass,
Right.
and they didn't develop or improve the manual side of it. And I think that was kind of their path to having more streamers and like an e-sports kind of portion to this game. Um, you know, but they never developed it and made it better.
Right. But I do want to go back. There's a lot of content creators that have tried to crack it open in this game. And I know of a couple, but they're at like 80 subs, 100 subs. What's the barrier between them and 1,000 subs or 3,000 subs? And I don't know what the answer is. It could be production quality. It could be knowledge. It could just be at this point, no one cares. And so they follow me and you because they know us. And it could just be ingrained status quo. But I've noticed that where we have not replaced the outflow of content creators with new ones. And anyone that's watching, I think there's a need for it. And I think there's an audience for it. It's not a gajillion and a half people, but I think it's there. Like, JB, when's the last time you did a video? Was it Tactics?
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
I'm not making many videos right now because like to be honest, like a lot of my outlet for my thoughts in the game are like maintaining the tools and things that I do, and then on the podcast. And um like I said before, I don't make any money on those videos, purely just like for the love of helping and putting things out there. So it's like, where's the motivation to make it? Because the views aren't what they used to be. There's no, the money is not there.
A month ago, yep.
It's a lot of work for me to make those videos. Like that's partly my issue. I'm not like pumping out videos. I put a lot of work into them. So
Even Orange
um,
Jade, someone made a meme about him. Like, where is he gone? And I didn't realize he hasn't posted a single video in 2 weeks. And he came back for a brief period of time, but it's been 2 weeks to a month. And
he
if
must
you, oh
he
no,
must have some in real life stuff going on because
so he
he's not
does.
putting out any videos.
Correct.
Yeah.
No sort of conflict, but that circles back more to my like question. Like, all right, if he's not making content and you're not making content, and KD7's doing something once in a while, and I just like you guys in the chat, I'm really trying to like invigorate the audience, there is the fucking need to just film yourself doing something. I know a couple of you do stuff, but please keep it going because this game does require the community aspect, and I feel like the community aspect gets weaker and weaker the more and more we don't have all those people. We're like we get compliments all the time for all the work we do, but I feel like the average player can be part of that.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I did when I started. I just kind of started doing it, and um, people liked what I was doing, so I kept doing it. Anybody could do that. It's just like I said, it's hard to find the time, for the average person. So you have to kind of have that love for it. You have to have the free time, and you have to have the due diligence to, you know, if you once you start doing something, you have to improve on it and make things better and involve the community and grow the community. So
Yeah, but we've seen people do it successfully. Kason did it great. Edoman PR with his other or the other Numero with the other league that he did great. I still will always rag on myself. I'm literally a dude of the PowerPoint. I have no production quality in my videos. So like if I can do it with a PowerPoint, you guys can do it with a PowerPoint. Like I'm not asking for the world here, but yeah, it's yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think it's finding that niche that people want to click on. Like that was when I first started it. I noticed that the majority of the content was like the here and now in the game, right? And I was like, okay, I'm gonna focus my channel on future look. And at that point we had that 4 month window into the future, and I was like, okay, I'm going to get people to watch my videos now because they're interested in what's coming, and maybe they'll revisit my video in 4 months when the unit is actually released, and that's kind of what happened, and how I kind of gained my following. Um, Unfortunately, we don't have that anymore, and that's kind of when my video drive started to deteriorate. So, kind of another casualty of Road to Worldwide.
That was it is, and that was actually like going to be a pseudo hot take number four for me. I'm a huge Genshin Impact fan. Huge. That game, that game to me is artwork incarnate. They have a lot of leaks on their development team, and just recently, their 5.3 live stream, they did a silhouette teaser like our Ashen Warriors. And I had a hot take question. We don't have to answer it now, but the idea was that should Gumi provide a roadmap of sorts for like just general characters? It doesn't have to be strength of the character, but could you tease a character? Could you give an insight to something you have planned? Is that a good idea or a bad idea? There's pros and cons to both, but I think at this like life cycle of the game, I think the roadmap is something that even in JP, the fatigue of like meta chasing is probably setting in, and even the smallest of roadmaps, a month, 2 months, anything is better than nothing. I think that that would help them in the resource allocation of its player base.
Yeah. I mean, the roadmap we've always kind of called for that. And that was kind of one of the things when they were doing live streams very early, after Road to Worldwide, they kind of started giving us the look ahead on what was coming. Of course, at that point, like people that follow it kind of knew what was coming, but at the same time, it was still a nice gesture. Um, so it would be nice to see.
Yeah.
I do want to say, like at this point, we've gone so long with the live cast. I've completely missed my class matches for today, so um, no longer going to be. That's probably going to wipe me out of the top 10, unfortunately. So I did that for you guys out there in the audience.
Oh no.
I thought we were going to be done like by like 2 hours ago
I
at
thought
this
so
point.
too. I thought so too, but I couldn't cut us off halfway through. And the
No, no,
last the
it's
last 30 minutes, like we're already here, like might as well just like enjoy it. The chat's
it's
still going, so
fine.
we'll go. Yeah.
It's fine. I honestly don't care. Like I've won class match multiple times,
Yeah,
so
you're the class match king. You don't need that honor anymore. Give someone else the title. Let someone else have fun.
my competitive spidey sense though is completely tingling right now.
Absolutely. No, I'm comfortably at like rank 40 and I'm just staying there. I'm just having fun. YOLO some teams. But number one, I can't even fathom what you do with the manual play. My God.
It's all good.
But
If I can make top 10 now after missing 5 games, then I'll consider that my goal for now.
that is a good goal. But we will kill the live stream at this point. We are well over 4 hours. It's 1:30 Eastern. JB and I
Epic.
are ready to go to sleep. You have the day off tomorrow. I do not have the day off tomorrow. So please wish
I
me
don't
luck.
completely have the day off because I am with my son who is off from school, and
Oh,
he's gonna be waking me up bright and early at
that's worse
probably
than the
about
job. I wouldn't have held you up.
6:30 a.m.
I wouldn't have done that. I thought you were off. Okay, okay.
It's all good, man. It's
Well,
all good.
regardless, this was a wonderful year in review. There's honestly a lot of positives. There's a lot of negatives. There was a stretch of time where I debated retirement. Again, I
Yeah.
mentioned was probably the biggest exodus I've ever seen of actual players that I knew, not just a random Reddit post. Actual people that I knew, content creators included, as we just talked about, that just left, couldn't do it anymore. But this game rebounded very strongly in Q4. I hope those still around still participate to give them that reinforced perspective on the changes they've made. But my goodness, it it's been an interesting year.
I think if you go back to some of our episodes from like June and July, like kind of after like the hype of like 7 coming out wears off and we're kind of like in that doldrums of the summer, like you can see us talking about how like I can't use my old units. I can only use these 7 units in the meta. Like the PvP is bad. Even I was thinking about dropping the game. Like I stopped making content, other than the podcast. And um, but I absolutely agree. It has rebounded. We talked about why that was, and I hope that they continue that momentum. Because I feel like they have honestly had a couple of good months here, and they can build on that and continue to and slowly grow the game because people will come back if they hear good things about it. Um, so hopefully they do that.
I agree, but that's everything for tonight. Thank you so much for everybody that joined us, those that are watching. If you're insane enough to watch 4 hours in a recording,
In one sitting.
my goodness. But nonetheless, good luck pulling tomorrow. For no pulls. No, yeah, it's the new Perrrene
New
vision
card.
card tomorrow. We get a free pain vision card. You get the new 10-2 item, and you have a 2 week break from what we could tell of like updates. So we are going
Yeah.
to delay our evasion meta quite a bit. We'll get some more insight to the JP timeline. We're still waiting the Final Fantasy 14 changes. My God, you thank Red Stands. You are the strongest people in the game.
And we'll
That's
get to find out about the Final Fantasy 5 stuff from JP tomorrow too.
That's right. We got more info to come. So we'll be back next Monday, per usual. Not tomorrow, but the week after. But thank you again for tonight, JB. Thank you for guys. Please claps in chat for JB for putting together this PowerPoint. All of this was not only created by him 3 years ago, but rolled forward every year. He pre-filled most of it. We obviously debated, but JB had done so much work in this. Thank you so much, man, for enabling tonight.
It's all good, man. I look forward to this every year. It's like I said, it was the genesis of our collaboration. So I think with some time off here for Christmas, we should figure out, getting back together again. Maybe play some Overwatch at that PC cafe because that was
Yes,
definitely a good time.
we absolutely are overdue for that, and I'm so sorry. Last little minute thing. You also, I'm going to put you on the pedestal. We had always done this on JB's Twitch stream in years past. You had allowed us to do it on my YouTube channel instead. There's obviously like views and account clicks or notifications, so thank you for letting me do that. And then the last piece of it was I can't even remember. My goodness, but it was a big thank you nonetheless. So yes, we will do a live stream from that PC cafe. Thank you for all you do. Thank you to those in chat, and see you tomorrow.
Thanks for another great